Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is? It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 4:03 a.m. and today's date is January 6th, 2025. Yes, sir. We are here. Okay. We are here. January 6th, 2025. Today today is the day that the OG would be certified as the president of the United States. Well, we're just gonna wait for the inauguration on January 20. But today's the day that you certify the electoral votes. Okay. Yes, yes, y'all. Thank you for tuning in to the live show. It is your boy Genesis. Welcome, 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 welcome. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, join the memberships. It is what it is. Let's have a good time. Let's talk about this right here. Um. All right. Here we go.
Agenda, given that slim majority, is Florida Congressman Byron Donalds, a key member of the House Oversight Committee. Congressman, it's great to see you this morning. Thanks so much for being here.
It's good to be with you, Maria. Good morning, everybody.
You just heard the back and forth. Mike Johnson says he's going to have a bill with energy permitting, the border, as well as tax extensions on President Trump's desk by the end of April. Lindsey Graham just said he's worried it's likely not going to happen that way.
Well, look, there's going to be a big lift, a lot of stuff that has to go into this bill. I'm not really going to get caught into whether it's one bill or two bill. I think the job right now is specifically in the House is putting together the overall package. And then your political dynamics, your dynamics on Capitol Hill, the calendar in the House, the calendar in the Senate, that will largely dictate what this ends up looking like. We use this phrase on Capitol Hill often. You have to build the plane while it's in the air. That's what you're about to see. And so, yes, tax policy, yes, energy policy. The DOGE work from Vivek and Elon is going to be a major part of this. There's going to have to be reforms to some pieces of mandatory spending. And I want to be clear, we are not touching Medicare. We are not touching Social Security. But there are other parts of mandatory spending. There's going to have to be some reforms. There's going to have to be some cuts. And so when you put all that stuff together with border security, which is going to be central to all of this, just like tax policy, we can deliver it. It's just working through the finer points and details with our colleagues in the House and, frankly, also in the Senate.
Well, I mean, the idea is to obviously keep the promises that President Trump made, but there's all these new complexities now to the tax policy plans because Trump has said he wants no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and all the rest. That takes time to write a new tax bill. And I've already spoken with a couple of senators who say there's absolutely no way they are voting yes to eliminate or raise the debt ceiling. President Trump wants that in this major bill. I know you guys don't usually like big bills. Can this really, I mean, is this really realistic that you can get this done?
Well, let me talk about two quick things. Tax policy overall, most of it is actually going to be reauthorizing the Trump tax cuts, which, by the way, is the best tax policy our nation's ever had. We already know what it is, so putting that into this vehicle is not going to be overly complex. Now, if you want to talk about the additives to that, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, yes, you have to write that language. I actually wrote the language with Senator Ted Cruz for no tax on tips. We wrote it late in the last Congress. That's policy that we already have drafted. You'll have to ruminate it with colleagues, get that piece through. But to debt ceiling, we have to really have a decision with the fiscal hawks in both chambers. The debt ceiling is going to be raised. The question is it a deal cut with Chuck Schumer or it is a deal cut with Republicans on Capitol Hill?
That's right.
I would prefer we do that deal with Donald Trump as Republicans, have the necessary spending cuts associated with raising a debt ceiling, because we have to begin fiscal responsibility on our watch. The Democrats have lied to the American people, Maria, saying that you could just spend whatever and just raise taxes. You cannot raise taxes enough to cover this massive spending what ends up happening is Americans lose some of the features of the federal government that they grew accustomed to, and it becomes an absolute disaster for hardworking families in our country. We got to be fiscally responsible. We have to be honest about where reforms are needed and where cuts are needed. You can deliver that with debt ceiling increases.
Well, you've got this incoming team really focused on policy priorities and the outgoing team focused on political favors. You saw what Joe Biden just did over the weekend, giving America's highest civilian awards to George Soros, the Democrats' biggest donor, Hillary Clinton, Anna Wintour, Ralph Lauren, etc. Your thoughts on these Medal of Freedom awards?
I mean, it's just crazy, in my view. First of all, George Soros is on the absolute left of our politics. Everybody knows this. So for Joe Biden and his team, and I stress and his team, because let's be honest, Maria, do we really know what Joe Biden is thinking from day to day? We simply do not, and it's a tragedy for our country. And that's not to play politics. It's actually sad to see what's happened to him from a health perspective over these years. But this is his staff, and frankly, in part, his family that are managing all of this stuff from behind the scenes. So if the Democrats want to use their last moments to reward their leftists, makes no sense at all, but we're going to make America great. We're going to be focused on the American people. All
right, we're going to talk with Molly Hemingway about this as well coming up. Congressman.
I mean, you can never make this up. Joe Biden is going back to back these days, his last days in office, giving awards to everybody, his colleagues, his friends, his donors.
Farewell address,
he
blasted President Trump.
Well, President Biden is shocking members of the press. Just moments ago, he blasted former and future President Donald Trump at a White House event. Lucas Tomlinson was listening in on that. So, Lucas, you were there. What happened?
Well, Bill, good evening. Perhaps President Biden getting a jump on those legacy speeches he's expected to give, or a farewell address. He blasted President Trump, saying he's a threat to democracy. Here's what he said just moments ago. He also scolded some reporters.
Believe he's a threat to democracy?
I think what he did was a genuine threat to democracy.
Come on, man. This man right here. You can't even talk properly. Like, Jesus, relax.
They are, and they'll find no safe harbor here.
Thursday.
We're going to continue to relentlessly pursue ISIS and other terrorist organizations where they are, and they'll find no safe harbor here.
Now, for years throughout his presidency, President Biden said that white supremacy was the biggest terrorist threat to the United States. It's not clear if he still thinks that. Security measures have been beefed up tomorrow ahead of January 6th and the certification of the election. There's another layer of fencing that's been added to Pennsylvania Avenue. Of course, you have Jimmy Carter's state funeral later this week, and in 2 weeks, President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration, Bill.
And Lucas, you just asked him face to face the other day if he still believes white supremacy is the biggest threat to the country, and he just blew you off, didn't answer you. So we'll see if you get a chance to ask him again last couple of weeks. Lucas Tomlinson, live at the White House. Lucas, thanks.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to click to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page.
What is going on here, man?
So the President-elect Trump has also floated purchasing Greenland from Denmark as world powers to race to boost their presence in the Arctic. A former Trump ambassador to the Kingdom of Denmark, Carlin Sands, agreed to talk with us about this. So no one thinks, again, President-elect Trump could actually buy Greenland, do they?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's more the idea. It's the art of the deal. Denmark is a kingdom, and it has the Faroe Islands and Greenland, the world's largest island, just off our northeast coast, and it's 1/3 the size of the continental U.S. And if you have Denmark, which is an economy and population close to the size of Colorado, our state, can you imagine Colorado trying to defend and develop the world's largest island full of rare earth minerals, gold, energy? And so we don't really want Russia or China, for instance, to control that island, which wants to go independent. They want to be independent. And so we need to make sure to secure it for on behalf of the American people, understanding that Greenlanders want opportunity and want to prosper as well.
So we're already seeing Denmark say it will increase security money for Greenland. The president-elect is getting part of what he wants by just bringing this up in this debate, right?
Well, you could say that. I mean, Denmark's it's a great country. They're good friends of ours for a long time. They've gone into tough places with us. You know, their military is capable, but they're not even able to defend Denmark, the small country of 5.5 million people. They just don't have the capacity. And $1.5 billion, I will just say, it's a drop in a bucket of what's needed, because I'm sure it's over multiple years. And then we have really, even the U.S. and certainly Denmark has a lack of awareness of what's in the North Seas, in that giant GIUK gap. And GIUK stands for Greenland, Iceland, and the UK, which is just below where the Faroe Islands are. So that whole North Atlantic into the North Sea, we need to know what's above, on, and below the water. We need to make sure those sea lines of communication stay open for our own security.
So, Carla, then what does engagement look like? What should President-elect Trump do in his first term?
Well, he has the best advisor, so I'm not going to tell him what to do. But I know what we were working on and toward in the first Trump administration, and that was securing the region, making sure we have awareness. So, for instance, Russia's militarized their Arctic coast. They have renovated old Cold War bases. They have new bases. They're very, very prepared. Meanwhile, the U.S., we have 2 icebreakers. Russia has 50. They have missiles on their icebreakers. So we have to be able to have strength, project strength, but actually be strong everywhere in the world. If we neglect an area, which we have neglected the High North for decades, then bad actors can come in. And what we want to make sure is that we don't have a situation like Cuba, for instance, where Russia and Venezuela, now China, is really they're wagging that dog. And we want we want to control this. The people of Greenland are a lot like our Alaskan natives.
Well, I want to ask you about this. The second part of what the president-elect wants, you talked about the natural resources in Greenland. Do you see agreements with Greenland in our future in a Trump administration related to rare earth minerals that could be mined up there?
Well, it's a great idea. So a majority of the mines in Greenland actually have the Chinese Communist Party or a related company has a minority interest in a majority of the mines. U.S., when I left in 2021, didn't have any investment in private companies in Greenland. But what we were able to do is put a consulate in Greenland, working with the Trump White House and the State Department and Congress. And we did things like help them with their the legal framework so that they can have successful mining. The Greenlanders they don't want to have Chinese as their second language. They want English. So we sent English language teachers. We're helping them with their contract law. But we also did analysis of some of the rare earths up there. I visited those fields of rare earths.
Carla,
I visited the mines.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're running out of time here, so I appreciate it.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Everything is going great as far as I know in the United States. And yes, it's going to be a wonderful day today, January 6th. And yeah, it's going to be fun.
Now, more importantly, joining me now is the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Speaker, welcome. Thank you for your time, sir. I know it's very hectic.
Hey, Larry, great to be with you. And I appreciate your endorsement and certainly humbled and honored to have yours and President Trump's and former Speaker Gingrich and all of our friends. All the leaders across the conservative movement are all saying the same thing, as you just said. We have to stay unified. Larry, we can fulfill all those campaign promises that the American people have given us a mandate to do if we stay unified. And that's the key here. And I think it all begins tomorrow, and I'm confident we can do that.
Speaker, let me just begin quickly. I know a lot's been said and reported and so forth and so on, but here we are in the later afternoon. Your thoughts on the terror in New Orleans. You, of course, are from Louisiana, up in Shreveport and so forth. people are criticizing the FBI. The intel agencies didn't know this was coming. They seem to have missed it. You probably know a ton more than I'll ever know about this. Is there anything you've got to add to the conversation so far? What are you thinking here, sir?
I wish I had more to add. I participated in the classified level briefing earlier this afternoon by the intelligence agencies and the FBI. Of course, I've talked to my governor down there, Jeff Landry, who's a very close friend of mine, our Attorney General, Liz Murrill. They're doing a great job on the ground. The state officials are. The local officials are doing all that they can, but we need our federal partners to do their job. And there is some frustration, as was articulated at the top of the program, that I think is very well placed. You know, for 4 years now, the Biden administration has taken its eye off the ball. I mean, they did not prioritize, in our view, the right things. And the FBI was off doing all these various and sundry things, putting their emphasis in their investigations and their eye on, you know, conservative Catholics and concerned parents at school board meetings and all these other things. They tried to convince us that the greatest threat to the homeland was racially motivated extremism, when we all looked at the wide open border and thought logically that that might lead to terrorist attacks in the future. You know, we need a dramatic change. And this emphasizes once again why this election was so important to the country. And we cannot get President Trump here soon enough. 18 days away from his inauguration and his cabinet coming in. And we need all of these people that he's chosen, who are law and order types, who will get control of these agencies, including the FBI and the DOJ, to get to work immediately. It can't happen soon enough.
You know, when these tragedies happen, it always occurs to me, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Speaker, 2 cops were hit, they were wounded, but they're okay. Is that true?
That's the latest information. That's right. I think there's now 15 confirmed dead, 14 or 15, and it's just a tragedy. A lot of young people, you know, innocent people out just enjoying the new year. And this vicious attack was pure evil. And, you know, the problem that we have right now, the thing that has frustrated us, is that this seems to be very reactionary, when we have known for many months that an attack like this was possible and perhaps imminent. I mean, FBI Director Christopher Wray testified to Congress here many months ago, back in the spring, that all the red lights were flashing and that this was a serious situation. So we knew that large-scale events, when people are on big, you know, pedestrian areas in the street, like the French Quarter in New Orleans, my home state, that they would be vulnerable for something like this. And the idea that somehow we miss this guy being radicalized is a real concern.
Well, our hearts and condolences go out to everybody. I always think of the cops first, but to all the families. I hope that those who are wounded can get through. Let's talk about tomorrow's vote on the speakership. How do you look, sir?
I think it's going to be okay, Larry. We'll have maybe one no.
Yep, we're going to go back there. But for now, let's go to the most recent update in the United States. Most recent updates. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. It is your boy, Genesis. Enjoy the show. Double tap your screen. Subscribe to the channel.
And now this.
And let's get it.
I'm saying we need a reconciliation bill that has border, energy, permitting, and tax. You put all 4 of those things together, we can deliver on that. In fact, in the House, we have been working for months, Maria, in preparation for this large omnibus bill. We need to deliver this win as early as possible to President Trump. And Maria, what everyone needs to pay attention to is Congress has not passed 2 reconciliation bills into law since 1997. When Newt Gingrich was Speaker. And guess what? They had a much larger majority. And you know what? The House of Representatives majority is 220 to 215, and we'll be at 217 to 215 in just a few weeks. We have a smaller margin than what the United States Senate does. It is harder to pass bills in the House than it is in the Senate.
Is there a risk that a second reconciliation bill doesn't happen at the end of the year?
Absolutely. That is what I've been sounding the alarm the whole time.
And that was House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith with me last month on Mornings with Maria, echoing what appears to be what President Trump wants, as you just heard from the Speaker, Mike Johnson. That is one large reconciliation package within the first half of the year, perhaps to be on President Trump's desk by the end of April, to include border security, deportations, energy permitting, and tax extensions, all in one package, as opposed to 2 reconciliation bills, which was what my next guest was planning. Join me now with the agenda and the man writing legislation, helping to set that agenda. In the Senate is South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee. Senator, great to see you this morning. Thanks so much for being here. You heard Mike Johnson and what President Trump wants. Can you get it done?
I'm very worried. I'm very worried that if we don't put border first and get it done, it's going to be a nightmare for our national security. We've got millions of illegal immigrants that President Trump has promised to deport, and he should. Why are we doing mass deportation? Because we had mass illegal immigration. Laken Riley's murderer was released because there was no bed space to hold him, and he was paroled, and he raped and killed the girl. Right now, we have 41,000 beds. Under the Trump plan, we're going to go to 150,000 beds. We're going to double the number of ICE agents to find people and kick them out. We're going to finish the wall and put technology on the border to shut it down. That cost $100 billion. I'm willing to offset the $100 billion with cuts in other places, but there's no way in hell Democrats are going to give us $100 billion for mass deportation. Every day we delay is a dangerous day for America. 3,000 Americans die from fentanyl poisoning every 2 weeks. I've never seen so many threats to our nation as I do now. It started with Afghanistan. ISIS is on the move. They're coming here. Last year, we found 8 people from Tajikistan that were affiliated with ISIS. I wrote a letter to Schumer saying, let's have a hearing about ISIS-K in Afghanistan. He blew me off for an entire year. Now he wants a hearing about New Orleans. The threats to our nation are large. I want the tax cuts. They're $4.7 trillion. They will ruin the economy if they expire at the end of the year. I will try to be a team player here, but I want to tell the American people, from my point of view, the number one job is to secure the nation for the federal government. Our border is broken. I wanted it fixed by February the 17th. To the tax cut wing of the party, I am with you, but if you hold border security hostage to get tax cuts, you're playing Russian roulette with our national security.
And isn't therein the point right there, Senator? Because if you don't get everything all in one bill, don't you lose some members? You just said it yourself. The Democrats are not going to vote for $100 billion for the border.
No
so isn't
way
that important
in hell.
that you link taxes with border and energy?
Well, here's what I'm saying. I'm saying that as we negotiate tax cuts, there are tax-cutting people, and I'm one of them, that won't vote for border until they get all their taxes. I'm not a big fan of the SALT deduction. I live in South Carolina where we have low taxes. Why should people in South Carolina subsidize California and New York tax policy? You're going to have a hard time with me on that. What does President Trump want the most? To make us safe and prosperous. How many times did he talk about a broken immigration system on the campaign trail? For every time he talked about taxes, he talked about broken illegal immigration 10 times. I know where his heart is. This is a political problem. We have to do it all together because we have a political problem. We have a national security problem. I am hoping that Mike Johnson, who is the right man for the job, I am so glad he got to be Speaker. He's a wonderful man. I hope he can do this by May. But here's what I want America to understand. Every day that we don't deport a violent criminal is another day that we're exposed to their actions. Every day we don't shut down that border is another day for terrorists to come in. And every day we delay in combating the fentanyl problem, 3,000 Americans die every 2 weeks. So count me in for cutting taxes. But my purpose on this show today is to warn Americans that this broken border is a national security nightmare. Donald Trump has a plan to fix it. It costs $100 billion. If we can get him the money, that's all he needs to fix it for 4 years. Yeah. No Democrat is going to help us, folks. If you think they're going to help us, you shouldn't be allowed to drive.
Well, I understand all of that for sure, but can't some of these things that you're envisioning that will belong in this first reconciliation package, can't that be done by executive order? I mean, I'm being told that one of the first executive...
Shout out to Lindsey Graham, man. Speaking facts, chilling, warning facts. This is why Trump won the election. He won the election based off of the border. He said he was going to deport a lot of people, illegal people. Okay. If you came in here illegally, then there's no point. You're going to have to go. Okay. A lot of people say, well, I'm going to get my my citizenship the longer I stay. Some people have been in the United States for 20, 25 years, and yet they still don't have their documentation. It's like, it only took me 5 years to become a United States citizen. If you work your way, put your head down, be a useful human being in the United States, USCIS wants you to become a United States citizen. So I support this, Lindsey Graham. God bless you, man.
Orders that President Trump is going to issue is to freeze all pending rulemaking. Freeze all pending, and then can he get executive orders on permitting there and perhaps something else on energy?
Sure.
Why must it all be there in the first package?
Well, he needs money to hire ICE agents. You can't do that by executive order. We have a bill funding the government that expires March 16th. There's no new money available. We're operating under a continuing resolution. We need to increase military spending dramatically. We had the lowest amount being spent on the military in the last 80 years. We have 296 ships. The Chinese are going to have 440. Trump wants more ships. Well, you need money to do this, but we also need to cut the government. I'm promising you, as budget chairman, we're going to find hundreds of billions of dollars with Ron Johnson and others of wasteful spending. Yeah. So when we do the $100 billion for border security, we're going to offset it by cutting other parts of the government. We can do that. I will support whatever gets us over the line, but I am worried about delay when it comes to border security.
Senator,
delay equals danger.
I'm going to get into that with Senator Ron Johnson. Real quick on these cabinet nominations. Look, Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of Italy, in Mar-a-Lago this weekend with President Trump. No doubt talking about the threats on the global stage. What are your thoughts here in terms of the terrorism element and getting President Trump's national security team in place? Do you have confidence that all of his cabinet nominees will be confirmed?
Yeah, I do, and I want to do them sooner rather than later. When President Trump left office, we had the most secure border in American history. The caliphate was destroyed, ISIS was destroyed, and Iran was in a box. We killed Soleimani, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard leader. The last 4 years have been a friggin' disaster. They rolled back every policy that worked on the border. They went back into the Iran nuclear agreement, giving out to hundreds of millions of dollars is used for terrorism. Yeah, the confirmations, do them now, do them quick. Get them all done in January, February. We need our team on the field. We need an FBI director. We need an attorney general. We need them all. Get it done. We got to get it done. So we're under attack here. We're at war.
You're prepared to vote for all of Trump's nominees then?
I am ready to go. Bring them up. I'll vote. Let's get it done.
This is the spirit right here, man. Republicans need to get together. There's so much to be done, okay? Bigger issues. Look at New Orleans. Look at Las Vegas. Look at the security situation. This is not the time to be playing politics. I support that guy right there, man. Shout out to the man, Lindsay of South Africa. It is what it is, okay? It is what it is. Everybody has to focus on making America great again. So Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth, every one of them, RFK Jr., every one of them needs to be confirmed and move forward. There's no time to be playing politics because the enemy's looking and lurking close. So you better be ready. You better be ready. You better be ready. You better be ready. Somebody said you're not even American, bro. Actually, I am. Why do you think I'm doing this show? I am American, though. I am a United States citizen. Was I born in the United States? No. Am I American citizen? Absolutely. Just like Elon Musk. Elon Musk wasn't born in the United States. He was born in Pretoria, South Africa. And guess what? He is an asset to the United States. Okay? Saving lives, saving astronauts from space. NASA needs him to save the astronauts. Okay? He helped Donald Trump win the election. And I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part, young man.
A little bit of nervousness occasionally.
Okay, so here
my advice to you is embrace the.
Here is the full remark from the current president, Biden, at the White House reception for new Democratic members of Congress.
Institution you serve. I really mean it. Improve it. Don't tear it down. You know, 36 years ago, I for 36 years, I was a United States Senator. I got elected when I was 29. You have to be 30 to be sworn in. And I wasn't old enough to be sworn in. And I came down to Washington, and when I was in, a number of the senior senators helped me out, and I was in Teddy Kennedy's office waiting to hiring staff, interviewing people. And I got a phone call in his office that my wife and daughter had just been killed, and my two boys weren't likely to live. They'd been
Okay, Biden,
struck
what we
by
got?
a tractor trailer broadside of them on Christmas shopping. And the reason I bother to tell you the story is not to seek any sympathy, but to say to you that my decision at that time was to not be sworn in, to get the hell out. And we had a Democratic governor, so I knew they were going to be able to appoint a Democratic senator, and I wasn't a worry. And but a group of about 7 Democrats and Republican senators, starting with Mike Mansfield, who they called him Iron Mike, who was the majority leader, and a Southerner named Fritz Hollings, and a bunch of folks got together, and they came to see me in 2 different groups to convince me to stay, because I knew that we'd get another senator, but I wasn't sure. I didn't think I'd get another father, my 2 boys who were recovering. And so I wasn't going to stay, but they brought me into their homes, these senators. There were 6, 7 of them. I won't name them all, bore you with it. But from Teddy Kennedy to Fritz Hollings to Mike Mansfield, and they just embraced me. It wasn't overly sympathetic. It was just, you just come and stay. I'll never forget. Just come and stay 6 months, then you can go home. Then you go home. But what they did was they pulled me in. They pulled me in. They invited me to their homes. There used to be, back in those days, Democrats and Republicans had friendships, and they would still have dinners at each other's homes, private dinners. And all of a sudden I got included. I got pulled in. And Mike Mansfield, who was the leader of the Senate, they called him Iron Mike from Montana. He has more integrity in his little finger than most people had in their whole body. And I used to have to report to his office every day, every Tuesday at 2 o'clock. I thought everybody reported. He'd give me an assignment. I thought everybody got an assignment. Nobody gets an assignment in the Senate. But it was just basically looking back on it to take my pulse to see how I was doing, because every time, as soon as the Senate was out, I'd literally jog down to the Penn Station to get in the train to go home, because I commuted every day. Anyway, to make a long story short, there's a purpose to my telling you this.
The story is already
I
long,
was 100
Joe.
in seniority, and
The story is already
the United
long.
States Senate, and they
What
still
you mean to
cared
make the
for
story
me.
short?
They looked out for me.
Here we
They
go.
gave me strength, and I stay engaged. They didn't. They didn't stay. I didn't stay engaged. I got really engaged. I was here for 50 years. But my point is, you don't have to give up your principles or your beliefs to build relationships, to compromise and reach a consensus. That's often the only way to get big things done, at least in my experience. That's why I've tried to do my whole career. I'm proud of the record we're going to leave you all to build on, an economy that grows from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. Once in a generation investment in infrastructure, over $1.2 billion, and $1.2 trillion. Chips and Science Act, climate change, clean energy. The point is that whether it's reducing prescription drug costs, or reducing gun violence, or reasserting America's leadership in the world, and maybe most important of all, standing up for democracy. And every generation gets tested. I taught constitutional law for a long time, and they used to always give a lecture about every generation has to fight for it. I never really believed what I was saying, in the sense that I didn't think I'd have to fight to maintain democracy. But tomorrow's January 6th. Tomorrow's January 6th. We gather to certify the results of a free and fair presidential election and ensure a peaceful transfer of power. It's a day that most of our history we took for granted, the 6th. But I hope we never take it for granted again. 4 years ago, January 6th, this Capitol was attacked by a violent mob. If you come over to the Oval before I leave, I'll show you the room The former president sat in for 3.5 hours watching what was going on television in a small dining room off the Oval Office. And our democracy is really, literally put to the test. And
you guys, this happened yesterday, January 5, 2025. Okay. He's still talking about 4 years ago trying to create division. This man is still trying to create division between the right and the left, talking about threat to democracy. This is what happened that Trump had 2 assassination attempts on his life. He's still peddling the same boat. This man is about to leave in about what, 14 days, and he's still saying the same BS. Golly. Dang. This is a disgrace.
thankfully, our democracy held. But the big reason is because of the bravery of the Capitol Police and the local people who stood with us. Never forget them. They're guarding you. Give them the respect and support they deserve. But it's also due to the members of the House and Senate who, even in the face of these threats, and in the threats of their life, courageously fulfilled their duty to the Constitution. They showed up and did the work. Now it's your duty to tell the truth, to remember what happened, and not let January 6th be rewritten or even erased. To honor the Constitution, not only the most extraordinary of days, but it's one of the toughest days in American history, January 6th. But every day, you've sworn an oath, and I know you'll never forget the oath you swore to, but now, 4 years later, I'm leaving the office of president. I'm determined to everything in my power to respect the peaceful transfer of power. I don't think I wasn't going to run when I ran in 2020 because I had lost my son, didn't want any part of getting engaged again. But my son, Beau, and who was the Attorney General and likely the next governor of the state of Delaware. But, I think it's important to restore basic conditions. Last time this occurred, this transfer of power, the losing party never even showed up. Never even showed up and everybody understandably says to me, why are you being nice, Joe? Why did you have him over to the office for 2 hours? Why are you cooperating? Because the rules matter. The institutions matter. The safeguards matter. They really matter. And look, the core traditions we've long respected in America, certifying an election, as attending an inauguration of an incoming president, and this is all part of the tradition we have to begin to restore. And I hope you too will work to restore the traditions to keep this country stronger. Let me, we can never forget democracy. Everything's possible. Everything's possible. Our freedoms, our rights, our liberties, our dreams. And the work of our democracy falls to every generation of Americans to earn it. I know I used to teach, I used to say to earn it, and I never really, I taught it, and I knew it was true, but I never felt it. I never believed it. But we have to defend it and protect it because it's always under siege. And look, we're going through I know a lot of my colleagues are tired of hearing me saying this, but we're going through a period in American history which is one of those inflection points in history. The Cold War is over. The Cold War era is over. We're in an entirely new era. Everything's changed, not because of any single woman or man, because the nature of things that have changed. Think of the transitions that are taking place in the world, unrelated to who the leadership is. Think of what's going on, whether it's global warming or whether it's the idea that whole alliances are breaking down and being reestablished. And it seems to me that our safety and security depends in large part on who our partners are, who our allies are. They matter. So you're going to need a position that have to deal with. One of the things I'm proudest of is I've rebuilt NATO. I say I, but I did. For real. By the way, I spent over. No. I got to say that. It took me we calculated 120 hours with these world leaders, individually, speaking to them individually, why it was important.
Yeah.
I remember getting a phone call 10 days before he died from Dr. Kissinger saying, Joe, I was half the time in a different position than Kissinger was because I was a senior senator at the time during the Vietnam War by that time. And he said, not since Napoleon Has Europe not looked over the shoulder with dread at what's going on in Moscow? Till you guys came, he said you, but it's not me. You came along. We've improved NATO. We strengthened it. We put it back together again. We're in a position where we were able to convince. Did you ever think we'd be in a position, those of you who are students of history, where Japan would be spending 2% of its GDP on defense? We'd get 50 nations to support our efforts in Ukraine. Why? Because the world's gotten so damn small. So damn small. They all understand what happens in my neighborhood is going to affect every neighborhood. We're putting together alliances in the South Pacific, in the Indian Ocean, the Quad. Did anybody ever think we'd get India, Japan, Australia, the United States in one organization? The point I'm making is everything's changing. I've known Putin for over 47 years, met with him many times. I remember when I met with him in the off period between the time that we were elected and before we were sworn in. I was just after we were sworn, actually before we were sworn. No, that's true. Just after we were sworn in early February. And I wanted to talk about reestablish arms control and dealing with nuclear weapons. And he started to talk about how.
So you've known Putin for 47 years and you couldn't stop the war against Ukraine. Joe Biden.
Russia changed and so on and so forth. And he talked about he has 8 time zones. I said, yeah, 8 time zones around the Arctic Circle. And guess what? The ice is melting. And what's coming out is not greenhouse gases. It's methane. You're never going to control it. It's not going to refreeze. What are you going to do about it? So my point is so much is changing. And think about this. You know, if we don't lead the world, who leads? And that's not a criticism of any of our allies. But who has the capacity to try to hold the world together? Not a joke. We can do it without going to war. We can do it as we've been able to do, God willing, since we've come into office. We can do it without sending American forces into place. So I guess what I'm trying to say to you is, you know, let me close with what I call the Senate point of personal privilege. You know, my father used to say, it's a lucky person who wakes up with both feet in the ground and believes that what he or she does matters. Well, you're among the lucky few. What you do really is going to matter economically and politically. But one piece of unsolicited advice, and I was reluctant to say this to the press here, but I'm going to do it anyway, because they know the facts here. Going back to when I told you when I got elected, I didn't want to stay. Teddy Kennedy and Fritz Hollings and Tom Eagleton and a number of Republicans as well, there were 9 of them, decided to, you know, keep me engaged and invite me to everything they were doing. And Teddy used to come over to my office and say, let's go to lunch. And I wanted no part of going to lunch or getting to know anybody. I just wanted to do my job, get down on Union Station and go home. I mean, for real. And many of you have been through what I've been through and a lot worse. And so one day he walks over and says, I won't use his exact line, he said, darn it, Joe, you're going to lunch with me. So I went over to the private Senate dining room. There's 2 Senate dining rooms. One dining room you'll be able to take someone if you're a senator, and the House is not fundamentally different. But in the Senate, I was fairly successful at bringing together coalitions as a senator. I don't mean but I work like hell. And Barack used to always kid me. We'd meet every morning. The first thing we meet with one another at 9 in the morning every morning. And the last person we'd each speak to at night, and we ended the day was with one another. That's a deal we made. And one of the things was he always used to say that, you know, I know, and I'd always be, I said, look, Barack, all politics is personal. All politics is personal. And the reason I mention that is that I went over, Teddy had me come over to the Senate. There used to be a Senate dining room. When you walk in the first floor on the Senate side, you go down that hall on the first cross corridor by the elevators. One goes into the Foreign Relations Executive Committee room, another goes down to the staircase going up to the floor, as well as an elevator, and there's an office door on the left and one on the right. On the right is a Senate dining room. Those of your senators are going to be able to bring any of your colleagues or friends in to have lunch with you. But the door to the left used to be a private Senate dining room. You had to be only a U.S. senator was allowed in. And you walked in, and it was a T-shaped. You walked in, and there was a buffet table on the left, which had all luncheon material out, and a long table on the right, like a big dining room table, but it was seated, I'm guessing, 18 to 20 people. And then you walk straight ahead, and perpendicular was another table by windows looking out over the parking lot. And there was another table that held 20 or so people. That was a Democratic table. And so what would happen, Teddy brought me in. He said, all I want you to do is just, and you know this to be the case, you just walk in, just sit and listen. You'll learn more in an hour sitting here with these senior senators and others than you'll learn in the next 10 hours doing anything else. So I remember sitting down, and Jim Eastland, I ran because of civil rights in my state. We were segregated by law to our great shame. And here Jim Eastland and, John Stennis and Herman Talmadge and all these guys, these Southern, by any definition, racist senators. And I sat there and listened. Teddy and Eastland would go at it, hammer and tong up on the floor. They go down and eat together. They didn't leave their values behind, their points of view. They sat and ate with one another. And so what happens? When you get to know that the other senator, he is, her husband has testicular cancer and is dying, well, you have a different perspective. When you find out that one of them has a son that has a serious learning disability, or somebody has just lost their mother or father, you learn about what they're going through. And it personalizes things in ways that only private conversation and personal things can do. And you begin to understand, and you begin to learn about, and you'll find this, you all know this in your states as congresspersons and districts, that the next district over, the person may not be a bad guy or woman, but they have a constituency that have a very different view than yours does. Not bad or good, different than yours does. Not a whole lot of people in Kansas worry about fishing rights in the Atlantic. Not a whole lot of people on the Atlantic coast are worried about agricultural issues on corn in Nebraska. I mean, so you begin to look at other people's perspectives, and it becomes less personal. It becomes less personal. It's not you're a bad person. The end result of it all is we lost that. And so as I think some of my senior colleagues in this room can tell you, I was vice president for 8 years. I think it was the 6th or 7th year. Things have really gone to hell in the way we were dealing with each other on the floor, the leadership. And everybody wondered how in the hell I could get along with the senator from Kentucky. He never once lied to me. Whatever he said, he did. And I understood his circumstance he was in. But here's the deal. I realized that every time there was something going on in the Senate, I think he'd tell you the main reason Barack picked me to be vice president was my background in American foreign policy, because I had done so much of it, and because of my relationships in the Senate and the Congress. I love the Senate. I consider myself a Senate man more than I do a president, for real, after 36 years. And so I realized there were a lot of new senators I didn't know, I didn't have a personal relationship with, and realized how difficult that was for me to figure out their thinking, why they were doing what they were doing. And what could I do to answer their concerns without violating any principles that they had. And so I decided to go over to the Senate dining room. And I walked in the door, there's nothing there. There's lounge chairs. There is no place, and I don't know if it's fair about the House, there's no place in the United States Senate where a group of senators can say, let's go have lunch together, all together. It doesn't exist. It's a gigantic loss, a gigantic loss. When we do on Codels, we used to take our spouses with us. It matters. It matters. When you know one spouse is having great difficulty because their husband isn't being in the position where they're home on time because they're taking too much time what they're doing in their job, or whatever it is. And when you get to think about your personal relationships, The people you grew up with, you have different points of view on. The people you, in fact, know, you worked with, who have different perspectives in life. Much of it's because of their circumstance. And when you know it, you can almost always figure a way through it. We don't do that anymore. And I'm not saying this for the first time, but the single greatest loss we have is we don't know each other anymore. We don't know each other like we used to know each other. I'm serious, not a joke. And so I really urge you, presumption of me to say this. If you're a good politician, you're good at interfacing with people. You can get people to trust you looking at you and knowing what you're saying to them is true. Your word is your bond. You break it once, man. In the center of the House, goodbye, Charlie. I'm not joking. It's fundamentally different. But if you say, I've got to do this because this is my constituency, this is important. I know it's not to you get it. The end result of all this is, in my career, I have been asked to do the eulogy of the most incredibly different people. Strom Thurmond, 100 years old, on his deathbed. I get a phone call from the hospital, from out of Walter Reed. And it's his wife, Nancy, saying, Joe, I'm here with the doctors at the nurses station. Strom asked me to ask you whether or not you'd do his eulogy. And I said, well, Nancy said, no, Joe, it's important to him. Would you do his eulogy? Well, you know, people change. I'm not making to rewrite Strom Thurmond. He was a segregationist. But when Strom Thurmond got elected to the United States Senate, the second time around, the New York Times had a big headline in I can't remember the year now. Strom Thurmond, Hope of the South. Because Strom Thurmond decided that separate but equal is not right. Not that blacks and whites should be together, but if you do separate but equal, you had to spend as much money on black schools as white schools. By the time Strom Thurmond left the United States Senate, he had, I'm not making a case for him, but he had more African Americans on his staff than any United States senator had. More. Strom Thurmond had an illegitimate child with a black woman. Never denied it, never stopped paying for his upbringing. There's a lot of strange people, a lot of different people. I mean, well, I bet I could look at you and I could find some strange things too. No, but I'm really serious. Think about it. Think about it. And so when you sit down with people, I mean, the idea that I got Jesse Helms to vote to fund the United Nations, I'm serious. Went to Jesse Helms's Jesse Helms' funeral. You know what Jesse Helms talked about? Before he died, he said, I made a big mistake, Joe. I should have never said what I said. And by the way, I didn't get on with him at all. But know what he said? He said, I should have never said what I said about, you know, all those folks just got out of trees not long ago like monkeys. He said, I was wrong about that. I want to take it all back. People can change, but you got to know them. You got to talk to them. Doesn't mean you'll do it, but things can change. And folks, we can't go through another 4, 8, 12 years, what we did the previous 4 years. We can't do it. And a lot of you have a lot of experience in foreign policy. The rest of the world looks to us. They look to us. We're the only organizational capacity of any nation in the world to pull these things together. Who else will do it? They're good people. The Brits, the French, the Germans, a whole range of people. But you think any of them can do it? They're looking to us. We can do it without sending troops. We can do it without a war. We can do it without all the things that are the downsides. And I think with your help, a lot of people, with the help of the leadership here, we've done a pretty damn good job so far of putting things back on track. So please, don't listen to those who say don't talk. You're smarter than most of these people are. You know what you want to do. Well, I'm serious. Think about it. How many people get here just purely based on prejudice? Just purely based on the kinds of things that are just lies. People change. And so I know I drove Barack crazy when I'd say, I know. Politics is all personal. But think about it. How in God's name do you think I got Yoon and the Prime Minister of Japan after World War II never speaking to one another and hating each other because of what happened to the women to sit down and sign a treaty together, Camp David? How did that happen? What changed? Not their publics, but they realized what they had at stake. And they decided to move something. So my point is, I've looked at all your resumes. I shouldn't say this, but I did. I looked at all your backgrounds. You're smart as hell. You're incredibly, incredibly qualified. So please, reach out. I don't want you to compromise on any principle you fully disagree with. But just understand the other person's perspective. It's a way to get to go, because if we don't do that, anyway, I'm confident you're going to be able to turn this around in a way that we continue down the road around. Yes. And so thank you. God bless you all. And keep it personal.
Okay, finally, it's over. Shout out to the 46th President of the United States that would be gone in 14 days, hopefully. By God's grace, we wouldn't have to hear this anymore. Thank God. All right, today is January 6th. We know what happens today, the certification of the election. And yeah, it's a special day. And everything Biden just said, I didn't even get anything. What's the point? What was he trying to say? Look, you can never make this up, y'all.
We're joined by a soon-to-be Deputy Chief of Staff, Mr. James Blair. Welcome, Mr. Blair. Thank you for joining us. So day one, what's on the agenda for day one, the afternoon of his inauguration?
Hey, thanks for having me, Trey. Look, day one is going to be action-packed. What you will see is the president work quickly and aggressively to implement the policy that he campaigned on, especially those that can be done through executive action. So these are things like securing the border, unleashing American energy, getting wokeness out of the military and restoring it to being the world's most lethal and well-trained fighting force, getting men out of women's sports. Those are the types of things that you will see President Trump focus on in the earliest days of his administration.
All right. Over the past couple of weeks, I have heard President Trump ask for the debt ceiling to be raised, and then 30-some-odd House Republicans rejected that. He wanted Mike Johnson as Speaker. Some Republicans could not do that without having to have their hands held and their egos stroked. So how are you going to navigate such a fractious House Republican conference?
Well, look, President Trump ultimately was given a mandate, as you referenced in your opening, by the American people. This is the first time a Republican has won the popular vote in 20 years, and the first time a non-incumbent Republican has won the popular vote since 1988. He won by millions of votes. And what the president wants to see is people to unify around the agenda that they clearly voted for, and that is his agenda. In the House, look, there's 13 districts in the House that President Trump won that a Democrat was just seated in. In the Senate, there's 2 Senate seats up in Georgia and Michigan in states the president just won. The president wants to see people come together and unify behind the agenda that he campaigned on, that they swept majorities in both chambers of Congress into power to help him with, and that's what he hopes to see happen. So I think it'll just be working with those folks and letting them share their differences, but ultimately we're confident that both chambers will come together and pass legislation that the American people want to see, which is the Trump agenda.
That's one reason you're going to be really good at your job, is because some people use the sugar and then some people like to use the whip, and you got to have it for different people. He was asked by the media whether he would primary senators who would vote against certain cabinet nominees, and he says it depends on what the reason is. I would ask the same thing about the House. Will he potentially intervene in House primaries for those members who just can't seem to get on board with what you and I have both referred to as a mandate?
Look, I don't want to, say exactly what the president will or won't do because he reserves that prerogative when the time is right. But I think he is known for being very active in politics. He is not afraid to express his opinion publicly and clearly. That's what he's done on the policy, and that's what he intends to get done as the president, and he expects the majorities in Congress to help him with that. So I will reserve comment for what he'll ultimately decide to do, but this has always been a very active political president. He is the one with the mandate, and the will of the people is behind him, and I think he will use that to his benefit to make sure the policies he ran on get enacted.
All right, you and I are going to leave with a little bit of sense of humor. Joe Biden is not known for a sense of humor, but he did say something I thought funny over the holidays. He said he would have beaten Donald Trump in the general election. I'm guessing he's basing that on his...
Why would Joe Biden said he would have beaten Donald Trump if he was the candidate? You had a debate back in the summertime 2024 and you fumbled, and that was why the Democrat Party had to drop you, Joe Biden, and then you gave the United States people, you gave them Kamala Harris. So it's like from fry pan to fire, okay? Because Kamala is actually worse than Joe Biden. He knew what he was doing.
Commanding debate performance, but what did you think when you heard Joe Biden said he actually would have won the general election?
I'll tell you what I think, Trey. I don't know if you've ever gone back to the town you grew up in over Christmas, visited the local Applebee's or something for dinner. You see the guy you went to high school with there in the bar. He's a few too many drinks deep, and now he's bragging to the bartender that he would have beat Muhammad Ali if he'd just tried because he was a backyard boxer in high school. I think that's what Joe Biden sounds like right now. Look, President Trump demolished Joe Biden in the debate. Ultimately, Joe Biden tried, and many people have said it was the greatest presidential debate performance of all time. He knocked Joe Biden right out of the race. He beat the backup plan.
Exactly. He knocked Joe Biden right out of the race. It was just unfair. It was hard to watch Joe Biden go, we finally beat Medicare. We beat Medicare. Yeah, we beat Medicare. And then somebody said here in the chat, Kamala beat Trump during the debate. Did you watch the same debate?
And he stopped.
First of all, it was 3-1, as usual. Nobody likes Trump, okay, because it tells the truth. Have you ever heard this saying? The truth is bitter. So, of course, when you're telling the truth, nobody wants to listen to you. So that's what happened during the debate with Kamala. Kamala, her sorority sister, and of course, the man that never wants to accept the truth and also went against Trump. So it's like they said there would be no fact checking during the debate. Guess what? Trump was fact checked a lot of time. And this is what happened during J.D. Vance and Tampon. Okay? J.D. Vance had to tell them, are you going to fact check me even when you said there wasn't going to be any fact checking? You better know.
March of the radical left in its tracks. So the American people are all going to be better off for that very soon. And I would say this, if Joe Biden was so sure he was going to win, why'd he let Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama bully him out of the race? I'm not sure who bullied him more. Those two are the Taliban.
James Blair, you have a very important job beginning here shortly. We wish you...
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for a prosperous 4 years? Better 4 years, a golden age of the United States. It is on us, ladies and gentlemen. Don't let these distractions, New Orleans, ISIS, terrorist attack, don't let the Las Vegas explosion by an active military guy in front of Trump International make you feel some type of way. No, it is prosperity coming in 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028. You better be ready for prosperity. Don't let all of this stuff distract you from your goals, your aspirations, what you want to become, what you want to do, and the goals you already have written down, okay? Take advantage of this next 4 years because Trump is about to unleash the golden age of the United States. Let's go. I cannot wait. I was so happy when he won, man.
The 119th Congress has begun. Mike Johnson was reelected Speaker, but not before a little drama. Some members needed to hear their names called more than once, and 2 members needed to have their egos stroked. Trump was clear. He wanted the debt ceiling raised, and he wanted Mike Johnson as Speaker, and yet some members bucked him. What does this mean for the road ahead? Joining us is Kentucky Congressman and House Oversight Chair James Comer, who is also out with a brand new book titled All the President's Money, which looks at Biden family business dealings. Welcome to you, Mr. Chairman. What is on your agenda for your committee?
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Everybody, double tap your screen right now. Double tap your screen right now to give this video that you're currently watching a like. Okay, if you like this live stream, double tap your screen twice. Double tap your screen twice to give this video a like. Let's go.
Both legislatively and from an oversight standpoint in the new session.
Well, we're excited about the 119th Congress on the Oversight Committee, Trey, because we're going to be working closely with the Trump administration, specifically with DOGE. We're in constant communication with Ramaswamy and Musk and their initiatives, most of their policy initiatives. The House Oversight Committee has legislative jurisdiction. We have jurisdiction over the federal workforce. We have jurisdiction over most of the federal buildings. We have jurisdiction over the U.S. Postal Service, which is something they're wanting to talk about. We have jurisdiction over a lot of the information technology that those two tech geniuses are wanting to use to try to catch improper payments and other types of fraud. So we're going to be very busy in the upcoming session working closely with the entire Trump administration.
All right, let's you and I listen to something together, and then I'm going to ask you about it on the other side.
Of course, the president has asked us and really needs us to address the debt limit crisis before that hits in June. So a lot of moving pieces, a lot of things to negotiate, a lot of opinions on all that. So we'll be working long hours with whiteboards, making sure every Republican is on board. Because remember, I'll be dealing with the smallest margin in U.S. history for much of the first 100 days. But we're going to get it done.
Yeah, he put his finger on it, Chairman. The GOP has a majority, but it's incredibly narrow, and all the members are not ideologically aligned. I mean, there's a difference between Thomas Massie. He has a slightly different ideology than, say, a Don Bacon. I mean, they represent very different districts. So how will you get all the frogs to stay in the wheelbarrow and get these things done with such a narrow majority?
Well, talking about a narrow majority, Trey, when Stefanik and Waltz resign to go into the Trump administration, and with the Gates seat still not being filled, we cannot lose one single vote. If it's going to be a Republican partisan vote, we can't lose a single vote. So we have to be 100% united. And it was difficult when Trump was president the first time. You were in Congress, and we had dozen or so seat majority, and we still had a difficult time. Now we can't lose any. So when you talk about the debt ceiling, what people have to understand is the federal government is spending so much more money every day than it takes in. Even if we enact these cuts, even if DOGE is successful and we're able to cut $1 to $2 trillion, which is a huge goal to try to achieve, that's going to be over time, over 1 to 10 years. And this debt ceiling is going to cap. If we want to keep the bond markets in line and not have to see a spike in interest rates, which would make the debt go up even more, because we spend $1 trillion a year now on the interest on our national debt of $36 trillion, then we're going to have to raise the debt ceiling, which is what Trump was wanting to do, before we can see these cuts enacted and take effect.
Speaking of debt, I may go in debt and buy your book, but you can also tell me ahead of time a little glimpse of what I'm going to find when I go into debt to buy your book. What's new in your book?
Well, we had to write a
Where
book
was that?
because the media was so wrong in how they portrayed the Biden investigation. We had evidence all along. We had the bank receipts. We had the emails. We had the communication that showed the Bidens were peddling influence and peddling access to our adversaries around the world. We know from the whistleblowers that came forward because of our investigation that the Bidens never paid any taxes on it. But the book goes into all the obstruction that we faced from the White House, from the mainstream media, and explains what goes on during a congressional investigation and what we can do and what we could never do. So I'm proud of the investigation. The book details every penny they took in and explains all the trials and tribulations we went through getting that information.
Now we can add the moniker author in addition to chairman. You and I have both shocked every English teacher we ever had by writing a book. Chairman James Comer, congratulations to you. I hope I see you.
Thank you for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. Today is January 6th. You know what happens today, ladies and gentlemen? The certification of the election. And it's going to happen real fast. Of course, there is a snow warning, blizzard warning actually, that is going to snow heavy in Washington, D.C. However, everybody is in Washington already, ready to certify the election. And where are you right now? Put your city in the chat. And is this snowing? I am in Georgia. It's pretty warm. Well, it's not warm. It's not snowing anyway. It's currently what is the weather right now? It is 50 degrees and it's estimated to rain around 8 a.m., 9 a.m. But it's not like, snowing or anything. So yeah, compared to New York, 50 degrees is definitely warm. Let me know what city you're watching from and let's get it.
Welcome back, America. My good friend, Dr. Zuhdi Jasser, former U.S. Navy Lieutenant Commander, founder of American Islamic Forum for Democracy, and co-founder of the Muslim Reform Movement, which I guess is my point, Zuhdi. I mean, we saw what happened in New Orleans, and ISIS and Al-Qaeda and all the rest of these murderous enterprises are influencing and trying to influence as many Americans as possible to do their mass killing and to do their terrorism. This is something you've been fighting really your whole life, this fusion of sort of the Marxist, Islamist elements, and it's happening in our country right in front of us, isn't it?
It sure is, Mark. And, this massacre, this horror really lays bare on how much, not only do we have a 9-10-01 mentality right now in America, January 20 can't come soon enough. And ultimately, the quarter of the world's population of Muslims, we have to look at where they are in history, which is 1,445 years old as a religion. They haven't gone through an enlightenment process. We need reform, a separation of mosque and state. And as we saw with the Biden administration, the BLM movement, the radicalization of the far left, you have this red-green axis. So it's not just a quarter of the world's population that's Muslim that can be radicalized in this jihadism, this cool, political Islam that stretches from the Islamic Republic of Iran to the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt to Hamas to our universities. But also the CCP and the neo-Marxists on the left have been radicalizing the far left. So you saw the BLM movement making terrorism and violence cool. So as a result, Hamas now is being endorsed to the point that you and I didn't see when we were talking about it in 2008, 2010, when I began testifying to Congress about our need to have a program of countering Islamism, not this generic, mindless, violent extremism counter, but countering the ideas. And now it's not just a quarter of the world, but 3/4 of the world that lives under tyranny, that hates America. So anti-Americanism is driving this. And that's why we need solutions. And the solutions can't come fast enough, as they will in a few weeks with President Trump. And we need to start having a strategy of promoting an offense of pro-Americanism so that we can start to push back against the viral ideology that infects minds like it did with Jabbar.
And yet, Zuhdi Jasser, with the wokeism, with the embrace of the Marxist left, particularly in the Democrat Party and the media, this pro-Americanism and this assimilation into Americanism of people who come here, it's just not happening right now. President Trump wants to push back on that, but it's going to be quite a task, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's why not only do we need the security element of sealing the border, deporting the criminals, etc., but we need an offense. I called for a commission on Americanism that looks at not only the foreign threat coming through our border from Hamas, Hezbollah, and others, but also our domestic threat of citizens like Jabbar that harbor ideologies that are un-American, anti-American. And if you look at a great appointment like Carrie Lake to the voice of it currently is the voice of apologia, VOA. It should be the voice of America first. And that's what it will be under somebody like Carrie Lake, where we have ideas pushed out of Americanism so that we can start to take back that bandwidth of liberty and freedom. I mean, look back at Reagan. He never fired a bullet against the Soviets and yet destroyed the global ideology through things like the U.S. Information Agency, Radio Free Europe, and otherwise. And our domestic, this is why it's so great to see somebody like Elon Musk working with the president, because platforms like X and others are where the jihadi cool gets spread, and it's spread in our universities. And we're going to be able to counter that by beginning to have an unabashedly pro-American mindset, where our kids, like my children, are looking at saying the only thing we would ever die for is America. We don't want to die for Islam. We don't want to die for anything else. We understand that America, as America goes, the rest of the world goes. And that's why we need a new ideology, push forth of Americanism against political Islam. And
this is what Vivek has been talking about. This is what Vivek has been talking about for like 2 years now. He's been saying Americans needs to get that feeling again that most Americans have lost. Like, most Americans would never say they love America. Like, I love my country. Like, people they're not saying it the way they used to say back in them days. Now it's like, whatever happens, happens. People would even, like, American-born citizens would even support another country before they support their country. Before you support the United States, bro, come on, yo. Come on. Whatever happened through the TV shows, the music, or whatever that made people not like America, even Americans, yeah, that's bad. Come on, man. We need to bring back the love for country in this country.
Expert warning that China is conducting the largest military buildup seen since that of Nazi Germany during the 1930s. A new Department of Defense report details Beijing's...
Look. This is my prediction. All of this stuff China is trying to portray like they got some, military asset power or whatever. Look, this is not going to matter as soon as the OG, the legend, the 45th, now the 47th president-elect gets into the White House, because all of this show is for the weak, not for the strong. And Trump ain't the weak. Trump is the strong. This man was born in Queens. He was a developer in New York, and to be a developer in New York, you're gonna be a gangster for sure. You ain't finna be a developer in New York and you ain't no gangster. You better know. This ain't gonna matter. Let the OG get into office. All of this show, he ain't gonna matter.
Operations, including bolstering weapons and psychological warfare. Brent Sadler, retired Navy captain, former Pentagon official, and Heritage Foundation senior fellow, joins me to discuss more. Thank you so much for coming on. I want to take a look at the Chinese military growth because it's staggering, according to the Defense Department. Just look at the numbers. They've got 50 new intercontinental ballistic missiles capable of striking the continental U.S. The cumulative total, by the way, is now 400. 600 plus operational nuclear warheads, projected to surpass 1,000 by 2030, and the largest navy in the world with 370 ships and submarines, expected to grow to 435 by 2030. So the question remains if you think China has been preparing itself to ramp up its arsenal before Trump takes office, knowing that they would have never gotten away with this had he been president the past 4 years.
Well, thanks for having me on. All those numbers, the other thing is the trend line is all going up, and not in some small fashion, in gradual fashion, but going up in a very large way. Another number to kind of draw attention to is the 300 additional medium-range ballistic missiles that are primarily used to go after U.S. Navy warships like the aircraft carrier, but also attack our homeland in Guam, where over 100,000 U.S. citizens and very strategically important bases are located. But for the U.S., for the last 20 years, The Navy has not been able to grow in any meaningful fashion. We're still below 300 ships. The last time we were above that was in 2003. So we have a long way to go. The Chinese are not slowing down, and they certainly are not going to be deterred until we actually strengthen our military.
And strengthen our presence here on U.S. soil and the optics of it all. I mean, speaking of optics, take a look at these pictures. I'm sure you've seen them. They've been circulating all over the internet and on television today of President Biden and Hunter Biden with Chinese business partners. What kind of message do these pictures send? And do you believe that the Biden administration has somehow helped embolden China?
No, absolutely. I mean, early after Biden was elected president, just over 4 years ago, there were Chinese commentators that were saying they got their guy in office. So no surprise that this corruption that was evident to those that were following it, certainly the Chinese are trying to leverage it. And now we're seeing these pictures of what many already knew. But it was also deeds, the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the green lighting to Putin, and the total inaction before the invasion in February 2022. And then, of course, rather than trying to put more pressure on the aggressor, which was Hamas and Iran, focusing on our own ally, the Israelis, defending themselves, it all signaled weakness and also fecklessness that the Chinese are continuing to take advantage of. And hopefully, from January 20th, next month, we'll be able to turn that around.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, the feds are basically saying no big deal, nothing new, nothing to see here. But I would disagree. And I want to know what the fallout is going to be. I mean, reminder, these pictures were taken when Joe Biden was the vice president. OK, so he ran under false pretenses of potentially having business dealings with China. That's a complete, huge ethical violation, not to mention completely. It's such a lie to the American people. So what should President-elect Trump's first priority be? Dealing.
Why is she acting like it's surprise? Nobody's surprised by all of this stuff. Everybody knew this stuff. Trump has been saying this stuff for what? For years. Who is the big guy? Trump asked during his first term. He said, who is the big guy? Because Biden was supposed to be the big guy when it was like, you know what? The big guy isn't going to give you this amount of money or this contract or whatever. Said drop the lawyer or drop the judge or something like that. And Trump has been saying it like these people are so wild. He already said it a couple of years ago. Like people are just getting to understand what this man has been talking about. That's why there's a hat now that says Trump was right about everything. He was truly right about everything because these folks, Trump knew them. He knew.
With China when he takes office, and what should the fallout be for Biden lying to the American people?
Well, I go back to the U.S. Constitution that specifically lays out that high crimes and treason, in this case it's a high crime, are reasons for impeachment. But we never really got far enough down that road against President Biden. And it's a constitutional dilemma that we have to rectify. And I think the next team that comes in, the next administration, should look at it from that perspective. But we certainly have to do better than we have done the last 4 years, not only in jurisprudence, but also in our defense, or else we're going to have a very dangerous future that could become even more violent.
So, Brent, then day one, when it comes to tackling China, how does President Trump get China to dial back its weapons arsenal? They've made so much progress. I mean, is it too late at this point?
Yes. Well, it's never too late and never give up. The United States has a lot of advantages. We just continue to not prioritize the things that would have made it an easier problem to solve. So what we need to do on day one, January 21st of next year, first, change the way we operate our Navy, because that's what the Chinese watch, because a war over Taiwan is their number one strategic objective where that they could win, and the Navy is the one that they actually count against. So operate smartly, budget intelligently, get the weapons to the field this administration, the next 4 years.
Brent Sadler, appreciate your expertise. Thank you so much.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. We are here to learn, okay? So if you think I'm dumb, I don't know anything, well, you're welcome to educate me in the chat. Don't be a child and say, you don't know anything, you're just this, you're just that. Okay, well, educate me. What don't I know? Let me know, Professor.
Welcome back to the Big Weekend Show. Republicans are working on pushing through President-elect Trump's agenda before he even takes office. Now that the GOP is in control of Congress, they want to combine their legislative priorities.
Now, this is the biggest deal right here. Mike Johnson is now the Speaker of the House. Everybody needs to align. Everybody needs to align together, bring egos down. Republicans, okay, nobody cares about the Democrat at this point. Look, the Republicans needs to align together on one accord and focus on getting Trump's agenda passed, policies. All of this cabinet members, every one of them, Pete Hegseth, RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, all of those guys needs to be confirmed ASAP, just like Lindsey Graham was talking about. Look, there's so much to be done. Telling y'all, the enemy is lurking, okay? It's looking and getting close. So there's no time to be fighting against each other. It's time for America to be strong, be great again. Let's go.
Into one massive bill. Here's what House Speaker Mike Johnson told Maria Bartiromo on Sunday Morning Futures.
At the end of the day, President Trump is going to prefer, as he likes to say, one big, beautiful bill. And there's a lot of merit to that because we can put it all together, one big up or down vote, which can save the country, quite literally, because there are so many elements to it. And it'll give us a little bit more time to negotiate that and get it right. We'll pass it out of the House and send it over to the Senate and get it ready for when President Trump takes office on January 20th.
Senate Republicans are also focused on confirming Trump's nominees.
We're gonna. What I've promised them is a fair process, and so these nominees are going to go through a committee where they get a lot. They're going to have to answer questions. There will be some hard questions posed. We're going to do everything we can to ensure that he has the people he wants in place.
Okay, so Joey, I want to pick up right there where the Senate Majority Leader was talking, because CBS News is actually reporting that Thune has been privately telling President-elect Trump that he believes Pete Hegseth will have the votes to be confirmed for Defense Secretary. And I guess my question to you is, one, I mean, does that, obviously that sounds very positive for the President-elect, but also it could be a positive sign just going forward with his nominees.
Yeah, I think the smartest thing Trump did was get these nominees out there so early and allow that visceral reaction to happen quickly. You saw the types of attacks that came. I don't remember, it's been a few years. I don't remember, I guess for Trump it was mainly the Supreme Court nominees that got the most visceral attacks, but even still, with everything they did for Kavanaugh to keep him out, he's a Supreme Court justice now. I think that's just kind of where we are. I don't think that these attacks work on Republican senators. And I think Pete Hegseth specifically has had the opportunity to sit down with those that were signaling objection and answer questions and make them feel better about his nomination. Ultimately, I think it's pretty obvious. President Trump is not going to take a 30-year general who's been a part of what he considers to be the problem and make that the defense secretary. And he's probably not going to take any of the senators who would like to be defense secretary and give it to them either. So what is your better option? I think Pete Hegseth is incredibly smart. And I think if anything we've learned in the last week is that we need a better security leadership in this country when it comes to FBI, Homeland Security, Department of Defense. So there's a better argument for all of these people today than there was 2 weeks ago. And it's tragic that that's the case, but I think that he's gained momentum more than he's lost in the last month, especially this week.
Yeah, and Nicole, when it comes to the president-elect's agenda, I guess Republicans in the House in particular have to be really careful not to get in their own way.
Well, they tend to do that. I mean, let's not have history repeat itself. But I'll tell you, they already made it through electing the speaker in the first round, so they're already doing much better this year than we've seen in the most recent previous years. You know, all I can say is President Trump is calling for one big, beautiful bill, and he's made a lot of promises to the American people of things that are going to happen on day one, whether it's executive actions, but also he is needing Congress to come together. And all I can say is moving forward, you know, Elon Musk posted something on X in the last couple of days that really reminded me of something that happened in the fall that kind of got pushed under the rug because of everything going on with the assassination attempts and also the election. Through Congress, the Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens bill, it passed because all 215 Republicans voted for it, and some Democrats did too. This is a bill that essentially would call for deporting illegal immigrants convicted of sex crimes. But do you know that 158 or not, Democrats voted against it, saying, well, no, we shouldn't deport illegal immigrants who are convicted of sex crimes. And I just want to call out, as a woman and a mother in New Jersey, the New Jersey Democrat Congress members who decided that we shouldn't deport these. Pallone, Norcross, Menendez, Kim, and Coleman. Shame on you for saying that we should allow them to be here, even after that they have been convicted of sex crimes. And shout out to Mickey Sherrill, who voted with the Republicans on this one, trying to keep us safe.
Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Sapphire. So now to this. The far left media is finally calling out top Democrats for lying about Biden's cognitive decline. Watch what happened to New York Senator Chuck Schumer today.
I want to play you a little bit of something you said last year. Take a look.
I talk to President Biden, regularly, sometimes several times in a week, or usually several times in a week. His mental acuity is great. It's fine. It's as good as it's been over the years. All this right-wing propaganda that his mental acuity has declined is wrong.
Leader Schumer, what do you say to Americans who feel as though you and other top Democrats misled them about President Biden's mental acuity?
Look, we didn't, and let's look at President Biden. He's had an amazing record. When he stepped down, he did it on his own because he thought it was better not only for the Democratic Party, for America. We should all salute him.
Concha, I did not hear an answer there.
No, I saw a lot of cold sweat, though, or at least you kind of heard it in his voice. Yeah, that was a Tim Russert move right there that Kristen Welker did. Played back the words of a politician saying, you said this then, what do you say now? He was caught, Schumer, he had no good answers in that case. NBC News also, however, was responsible for covering up Joe Biden's mental acuity, or at least they tried to, at least on this network. We've been talking about it for years. So when Joe Biden shakes hands with the air, for example, when he finishes his speech, or when he can't remember the names of his own cabinet members, or says he had conversations with world leaders who literally have been dead for years, that's obvious stuff. You don't have to do a lot of digging as a journalist. And obviously, Chuck Schumer, Democrats, this is one of the biggest attempted cover-ups in American political history. Obviously, it didn't work. Then we saw Joe Biden's brain turn to applesauce on June 27th in Atlanta during that debate, and everybody's acted so shocked. But quite frankly, we've known this for years, that this president should not be a golf starter at your local golf club, let alone be the president of the United States. Yet, here he is still for the next 15 days.
Well, and what was interesting was that Chuck Schumer actually said that he voluntarily stepped down for the good of the Democratic Party, but then you're hearing President Biden say right now, well, he's the one who could have beat Trump.
Yeah, and also, according to a lot of reporting, he was actually pushed out. This
by Schumer himself.
Action. Yes, it took a lot of pushing.
And Pelosi.
But also, Joey, I mean, it's not that hard of a question to ask now that it's over, to push the Democrats on this.
Well, it depends on if these people want to act as journalists or part of the Democratic machine. I think the reason why we're pointing it out is that where were you? Where were you for 4 years? Where were you for the last, maybe 12 years on Biden? So what are we going to do about it? We've got President Trump going into the White House. The big thing I'm concerned about is, are they going to give President Trump a fair shake? Are we going to get a reporting on President Trump that calls balls and strikes, or are we going to get another 4 years of trying to frame him as the devil reincarnate?
Yeah, very good point. We will tell. We will definitely see. Yes.
Ain't happening.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I want you to do me a favor.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Okay. So I actually want us to see Vegas. I got you. Okay. I'm going to check out that video that you posted on Discord. God bless you, Vegas. But right now I want us to check the Schumer interview on NBC. Of course, it's definitely going to be funny. Bunch of lies, of course.
And joining me now is the Senate Minority Leader, Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer of New York. Leader Schumer, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Kristen, good to be back, and Happy New Year to you and your family and to all of America.
Oh, Happy New Year to you. Thank you so much for being here on this first Sunday of the new year. I do want to start off by getting your insights into the attack in New Orleans. As you know, a lot of families are sitting at home. They feel afraid. They feel on edge. There are a lot of big events coming up, from the inauguration to the Super Bowl, which is going to be in New Orleans. What are the security gaps that you think need to be addressed?
Well, first, I want to express my condolences to the families who are in mourning for the loved ones who were lost in New Orleans. We grieve for them. I also, the former soldier, member of the armed forces, who had PTSD and committed suicide in front of the Las Vegas hotel, showed, I think, that we need to do more for our veterans who have PTSD and other things there. As for security, the bottom line is that I believe the authorities are on full alert in terms of security. Look, terrorism is a greater threat here in America. We have ISIS, we have other groups. The terrorist who rammed his car and killed so many people was a professed member of ISIS. Now, we do not know. We know that he acted alone. We don't know if ISIS directed him to do it. They're still investigating. But we need to be very, very vigilant. And so I sent a letter yesterday to John Thune suggesting we have an all-senators briefing this week on the preparations for the big events that are coming up and for the ability to ask questions of our law enforcement. I believe they are on top of this, but having an all-senators hearing and giving us a chance to answer questions and them to reply is a good thing. So I'm hopeful Senator Thune and I can work that out and get it done this week.
All right. Well, I know that you're going to continue to watch that closely. I do want to turn to how you see Democrats' role in this new Congress. Your fellow Democratic Congressman colleague, Tom Suozzi, said the party needs to try a different approach when it comes to dealing with President-elect Trump. Let me read you a little bit of what he had to say. He said, "I know my party will be tempted to hold fast against Mr. Trump at every turn. That would be a mistake. Only by working together to find compromise on parts of the president-elect's agenda can we make progress for Americans." Do you agree with Congressman Suozzi that Democrats need a new approach toward President-elect Trump?
Well, look, I think it's clear that whenever we can get things done in a bipartisan way, we try to do it. And that's the best way to go. It creates programs that are long-lasting and very popular. So back in 2021-22, when we had the most successful session of the Senate, of the Congress, in decades, 7 of the 8 major bills were done in a bipartisan way. So we always look for bipartisan cooperation and would welcome the ability. On the other hand, when there are things that we can't agree with, for instance, tax breaks for the wealthiest of Americans paid for, as many Republicans have suggested, by cuts in Social Security and in Medicare and making it harder for new families to buy their first home, they're going to have to go through us. We're going to oppose those kinds of things very, very rigorously. So I think we will be bipartisan when we can, but we also, when they're trying to do things, our Republican colleagues that are so bad for working people, will oppose them.
Leader Schumer, I'm curious where you see those potential areas. In my interview with President-elect Trump, he said he's open to potentially getting a deal for Dreamers, those who were brought to the country illegally as children, to be able to stay here permanently. Do you think that that is feasible? You heard Leader Thune say, yes, he thinks there are some areas of bipartisanship there. Do you think a deal on Dreamers is possible?
Well, we'd love to do that. Our party has been strongly fighting for the Dreamers for a decade. We've been blocked by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. If there's going to be a change and we can get some help, look, these are people, they were little tiny children when they were brought over the border. Many of them have been here for decades. Some have served in the armed forces. Many of them are working very productively and have families. And yes, if we can find a solution so that the Dreamers could stay here, we'd welcome it.
You know, you heard Leader Thune in terms of President-elect Trump's cabinet say that the Senate should work, quote, as quickly as possible to get his cabinet picks in place, and basically saying that if his national security picks are not in place quickly, that could undermine the nation's national security. Do you agree with Leader Thune there?
Look, we've asked for 3 things that are reasonable. First, that there be thorough FBI background checks of every one of the nominees at the cabinet level. Second, that there be hearings where members have the opportunity to fully ask the questions that they want answered. And then third, there be a vote. That's been the tradition here under Democratic and Republican presidents. It's been advise and consent. And look, any American who applies for a job has to undergo a background check, has to answer questions that the potential employer asks him or her. So, of course, we should do those things, and I hope we will. The bottom line is these positions are really important, as Senator Thune said, for our national security, and the American people should have the ability to know who is being nominated and what their criteria are.
Are you a yes right now?
Characteristics are.
Are you a yes right now on any of these picks?
No, I'm waiting for this process, this reasonable process that we've asked for to unfold.
Let's talk
background checks, thorough background checks, hearings, and votes.
All right, let's talk now about the future of the Democratic Party. Democrats have said this is a real reckoning after losing the White House, the Senate not winning back the House. Here's what Democratic strategist James Carville had to say. He wrote, quote, "We lost for one very simple reason. It was, it is, and it will always be the economy. Stupid." Do you agree? What do you think was the root cause of Democrats across the board loss?
Well, look, I told my caucus, and I'll say it here, too. We should regard this election, certainly it was a loss, but it's also a challenge. And we did some things right. Against very severe headwinds, we kept 4 of those 7 contested Democratic seats. But we did some things wrong, and we have to look in the mirror and see what we did wrong. And then there's some things we didn't do that we should have done. One of the things we have to do is we must focus on the working families of America. We believe in them. And we passed all kinds of legislation that helped them. The infrastructure bill, which made our economy stronger and employed lots of people. The chip hubs, where we're now having chip hubs in places to do new manufacturing and new research that were left out before. Missoula, Montana, Bloomington, Indiana. The bill lowering the cost of prescription drugs. As of January 1st, 10 of the most popular prescription drugs will be greatly lowered because we finally allowed, under our leadership, the drug companies, we forced them to negotiate with Medicare. So we did a lot of good things, but all too often, Kristen, we talked about the mechanics of the legislation and the details of the legislation, and we really didn't show the kind of empathy and concern to average, or show enough of it to average working families who didn't realize how much we had done and how much we care for them. So what we're going to do is spend a lot of time talking to working families, showing them how much we care about them, and not just talk about legislation, but talk about the conditions that have made so many working families worried about their futures. And that's going to be a significant change.
And obviously,
I think it will make a difference.
Obviously, there has been a lot of focus on President Biden's role in this. You were obviously in close contact with President Biden well before the public tuned into that debate that ultimately led to him stepping down. I want to play you a little bit of something you said last year. Take a look.
I talk to President Biden, regularly, sometimes several times in a week, or usually several times in a week. His mental acuity is great. It's fine. It's as good as it's been over the years. All this right-wing propaganda that his mental acuity has declined is wrong.
Leader Schumer, what do you say to Americans who feel as though you and other top Democrats misled them about President Biden's mental acuity?
Look, we didn't. And let's look at President Biden. He's had an amazing record. The legislation we passed, one of the most significant groups of legislation since since Lyndon Johnson's Great Society, putting in 235 judges, a record, and he's a patriot. He's a great guy, and when he stepped down, he did it on his own because he thought it was better not only for the Democratic Party, for America. We should all salute him. We should all salute him.
Do you feel, as we have this conversation today, that President Biden could serve another 4 years had he stayed in the race and potentially won?
No.
Well, I'm not going to speculate. As I said, I think his record is a stellar one, and he'll go down in history as a really outstanding president.
Before I let you go, Leader
No.
Schumer, in 2 weeks, you will be the highest ranking Democrat serving in Washington. Do you believe you will be the leader of the Democratic Party?
Looks like.
Look, I think we have a lot of great leaders in our party. We have a great bench of people coming up, and I am really optimistic about the future of the Democratic Party in the future. As I said, there are certain adjustments we have to make. We're going to do those. And I think people are going to realize that the Democratic Party is the party of working families, of working people. We're doing more for them. We're going to show them that some of these Republican things, like tax cuts for the very wealthy individuals, which were they did it in 2017 and they lost the election in 2018. They haven't learned, but we're going to hold their feet to the fire when they do things that hurt working people. We're going to stand with the working families of America, and that's going to bode very well for us.
All right. Senate Minority.
Cap. It's over. Like, everybody's smart now. People are now reading books, watching the news, knowing what's going on in their society. All of this BS is not going to work anymore. Okay, when you say cut taxes on the wealthy, it's like, what do you mean cut taxes on the wealthy? You think that's all Trump does? When you say cut taxes on the wealthy, what do you mean? This wealthy people, okay, for example, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, this man, they don't get paid in cash. They get paid in stocks. And what do they do when they get paid in stocks? They borrow against the stocks because they know you cannot tax interest on the debt. So they use debt to live life because they know they got stocks in the billions. Okay, so when you say tax the rich, tax the wealthy, there's nothing to tax. You can't tax debt. You can't tax interest on the debt. So what are you taxing? Oh, you want to tax the corporation? Well, guess what's going to happen when you tax the corporation, like McDonald's, Tesla, Walmart, Target, Publix? You know what happens? Guess what happens? That tax rolls over to the workers. Money will now be taken out of their paychecks. Tax the corporations. They're making so much money. Tax them. Well, be ready to get money taken out of your check. And thank you to the Democrat. Okay? Talking about tax the wealthy. It's impossible to tax the wealthy because they have no income. Everything is being moved into stock market. So it's like they operate their life based on debt and interest. So what do you want to tax? Interest or debt? Man, you better wake up.
Welcome back. As we approach Monday's anniversary of the January 6th attacks, President Biden this past week awarded the country's second highest civilian award, the Presidential Citizens Medal, to the leaders of the January 6th committee, former Congresswoman Liz Cheney and Congressman Benny Thompson. And Democratic Senator Adam Schiff of California, who is another member of that committee, joins me now. Senator Schiff, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Great to be with you.
Great to have you here. Happy New Year. Thank you for
Happy
being
New Year.
here. Tomorrow, as we just said, does mark the anniversary of the January 6th attacks. And in my interview with President-elect Trump, he said that he does plan to pardon those who attacked the Capitol, potentially even those who pleaded guilty of their crimes. You heard Leader Thune say that's ultimately a decision for the president to make. How do you respond to that?
Well, first of all, that day when we peacefully transfer power, historically peacefully transfer power, is a real solemn occasion, I think, for the whole country. But it has another meaning now that we had this terrible, violent attack 4 years ago. For those of us that were there in the Capitol, it's going to be, I think, quite an emotional experience to be back.
Of course, Adam Schiff, the Schiff. Trump says his neck looks like giraffe. But anyway, look, it is what it is. Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen. It is your boy, Genesis. Somebody just said in the chat, says, so don't do anything because the rich are scamming the system. You can do the same thing the rich people are doing, except you have to work your butt. You have to work your butt off. You have to work like hell to get to that position where you can just dump all your money in the stock market and just you could take a loan You could literally do the same thing, bro. Like if you save up 100K in stock market money, you could get a loan from the bank for that price, probably more. I mean, I'm not like a financial advisor. I'm just saying, like, instead of spending your hard earned money, okay, instead of spending your hard earned money, just do what the rich people do as well. But it's going to be so freaking hard because to get to that level, you're gonna have to work, work. Because you're not making as much as they make, and you're not making that much like in one time. Because this guy's making like $50 billion in stock money in one payment. You probably make like $4,000, $6,000 a month. And it's like before you pay your bills, how much are you gonna put to the side or to the stock market? It's gonna be hard. But if you work your butt off, you can definitely do what the rich do. Also, start a corporation. And when people say, "What do you mean by start a corporation?" It's called LLC, ladies and gentlemen. Start an LLC. Look, I'm not a tax professional or some business mogul or whatever. I'm just a regular guy who came to the United States about 8, 9 years ago. Became a United States citizen about 3 years ago. And I learned that in the United States, to live the American dream, you have to study, study, study. Be better than what you were yesterday. Learn. Put your head down. Forget about your ego. Okay. Work your butt off. Learn about insurance, taxes, corporation, credit. If you don't know anything at all, learn about credit. If you know about credit, you can never be broke in the United States.
In that environment on that day, I invited Daniel Hodges, one of the Metropolitan Police officers who was being crushed in that revolving door, to remind people of what that day was really like, given all the revisionist history around it. But if the president goes forward with pardoning vast numbers of people involved in that violence, he will begin his new administration the way he ended his last administration, and that is by celebrating violence against our democracy. I think that would be a terrible start, send a terrible message about our democracy, about lawlessness, about people who attacked police officers. It'd be exactly the wrong message and the wrong way to start out an administration.
Let me ask you about something else the president-elect said to me. He said that he believes everyone who was on the committee should go to jail. That includes you. Senator Schiff, are you bracing to be targeted by the president-elect,
Yeah, you better be
his
ready.
incoming administration?
You know, I don't think any of us really know what he means by any of that, whether he's serious about it, whether it's his kind of Trumpian hyperbole or what it is. All of us on the committee, I think, are very proud of the work that we did. We stand behind it. I'm glad to see President Biden acknowledge the role of our Chairman Benny Thompson and Liz Cheney. Adam Kinzinger, I think, also, as a Republican, showed great courage. And the witnesses that came before the committee were so powerful because they were Republicans, because they put the country first. So who knows what the president means? I guess we'll find out. But we stand behind our work.
There's been a lot of talk about whether President Biden should issue preemptive pardons to those who served on the committee. You've been very public about saying you don't want a preemptive pardon. I wonder, Senator, have you conveyed that directly to the president himself, to his administration?
Not directly to the president, but I have conveyed it to the administration. And the concern that I have, which is what I conveyed, is the precedent that it would set, that you have an outgoing president giving a broad group of pardons to members of his party or others, because I think the precedent could be abused. Now, people have rightly pointed out Donald Trump may abuse that precedent regardless. But the idea that each administration hereafter gives broad pardons to people who worked in the administration or aligned with the administration.
A lot of people don't like to put their head down and learn. This is something I would never do. I know absolutely nothing. If you're open to teaching me stuff, I want to learn from you. I don't care if it's just one thing that I can learn from you. I would put my head down and learn from you, because this is how I've been able to learn living in the United States, filing taxes in the United States, learn about insurance, life insurance, car, auto insurance, like all of this stuff, home insurance. Like, I've been able to learn because every day I get up in the morning, well, sometimes in the night because I don't sleep but look, Every time I get up, every time I wake up to come back to this world, okay, from the other world, I assume that I know absolutely nothing. I have to learn new thing today. Okay? So somebody just spoke about this guy is a joke talking about LLCs and 22% and 12%. Look, if you have an LLC, right, you could literally take a trip. You could take a trip, ladies and gentlemen. Just make sure that on that trip, you did make business dealings, like you had a business meeting, or you went for a business summit, or you went for some inquiries about your business. That trip would be a tax write-off. If you have a LLC and you buy like a G wagon or a SUV that is more than 6,000 pounds, you can write that off if you have an LLC. Like there's so many things. You could buy a computer. You could buy a computer. You could buy printer, speaker. Like you could buy you could buy a lot of stuff to run your business, and all that stuff is write off. But you can never write off if you just operate based on sole proprietorship. You have to have an LLC. Okay. I mean, I'm not. Don't forget, I'm not a tax professional, but if you're trying to be rich in this country right here called the United States, the land of the brave, the land that I believe is an opportunity zone, you have to learn the codes. You have to learn the codes. You have to learn the codes. Okay, but you don't know tax code. Okay, well, you know tax code. I ain't gonna be like, do what you know how to do and keep working, my dog. Keep working hard. Hard work pays. Okay, work hard. Don't work smart. Okay, don't go learn and work smart. Be out there working hard. You tell me who you think, bro. If you're gonna work hard in the United States without working smart, you're never gonna get anywhere. But if you work hard and smart, just like Elon Musk, this man shoots rocket into space, and he says he works 18 hours a day. 18 hours a day. This is Elon Musk, the wealthiest man financially on Earth, and he works 18 hours a day. And guess what? When he works, he gets paid in stocks. So it's like when you wake up, you wake up. If you're still asleep, all right, keep sleeping, my dog.
I don't think that's a road we want to go down. But the president will do what the president does, and if he goes forward, I'm sure it will be responding to these baseless arguments of Donald Trump and the threats to retaliate against people.
We learned this week that sentencing will be scheduled for President-elect Trump in that hush money case. The judge has said he's not going to seek jail time. That sentencing is going to happen a little bit later on this week. Do you agree with that decision not to seek jail time?
What I've always said about what the judge should do vis-a-vis sentencing, and frankly the whole process of that case, is he should treat Donald Trump as he would any other criminal defendant charged with like offenses. So if the judge concluded that someone else charged with a similar offense of fraudulent business records to conceal a campaign finance violation, then and that would lead to no jail time, then he should get no jail time. But I particularly concur with his decision to go forward with the sentencing. The federal justice system really let down the country. The Supreme Court certainly did. It didn't timely investigate and prosecute the offenses around January 6th. I think New York has demonstrated, frankly, how the justice system ought to operate. No one should be above the law.
So much of your time in Congress.
This guy just said New York has shown how the law is supposed to work. No one should be above the law. So tell me why Hunter Biden was given immunity. Why was he given immunity? By his daddy, the president of the United States, the 46th president of the United States. Joe Biden said, I am not going to give my son, Hunter Biden, immunity. Guess what he did? He said it like 1,000 times with Karen Jean-Pierre. She said it, the White House press secretary. President is never going to do that. He understands that the law, nobody is above the law. Okay, he believes in the Department of Justice, in our justice system. He also believes in a jury of his peers. 2 seconds later, wah, 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 SpongeBob style. I am giving my son immunity, and now writes a bunch of BS on a note saying any father would understand. Of course, I would understand. I would give my daughter immunity too. So I would never come out and say I would never give my daughter immunity. My daughter, bro, I'm giving my daughter immunity the first day I get into office. What are you talking about? But why would you get interviewed and then say I'm never gonna give my son immunity because you thought that Kamala would win, but when she lost, you gave him immunity? Of course. Bunch of shit talking about nobody's above the law. Yes, people are above the law in this game. You better know if you ain't know. Hunter Biden already showed us that people are above the law. Hunter Biden, like, he literally made videos of himself taking crazy amounts of, like, I can't even call the name, y'all, on YouTube. Like, this man was taking a bunch of stuff on videos with girls and stuff, like real life. He made videos. They're video evidence. Yet his father said, you know what, son, I got you. Your daddy is the president of the United States. Fuck all that.
Was spent basically conducting oversight over then President Trump for a range of different reasons, the Russia investigation, Ukraine, and then January 6th. Given that the two federal cases, as you just referenced, have been dropped for now, how focused as a senator will you be on overseeing oversight of Donald Trump's actions?
Well, a lot of that will depend on what the president's actions are. Does he take a different approach in the second administration? Or does he once again try to abuse the powers of his office?
Will you continue to focus on his election interference?
Well, my focus is going to be on getting things done for the people of California and the country, and particularly on the economy. I know I'm going to have to face very early on these tax cuts for rich people and for large corporations. What the voters in California elected me to do was to try to.
You know what? When I hear men like this who are millionaires, okay, men like this who are millionaires talking about tax cut for rich people. You are the rich, my dog. You are the rich, okay? Stop acting like you're one of us. You're not one of us. Okay, Shiv, don't even try acting like you're one of us. You are a millionaire and you're going to take advantage, okay? Just like Trump said in 2016. Trump said, Hillary Clinton, all of your donors are taking advantage of the tax cut, the tax code that y'all wrote. Okay, and you guys are never going to change it. You're not going to change it. So it's only right for we, the people, to learn those codes and play by the rules. So stop acting like you're one of us, Adam Schiff, talking about, he's gonna reduce taxes on the wealthy. You are the wealthy, my dog.
People and for large corporations. What the voters in California elected me to do was to try to bring down the cost of living, the cost of housing, the cost of childcare, not to give tax breaks to very wealthy people or corporations. So my focus is on the economy. To your question earlier about James Carville, I think James Carville was right. I think it is still about the economy. I think we lost the argument on the economy. We need to win that argument. We need to persuade the American people once again that we are focused first and foremost on delivering for them, and that means helping them with their small businesses, helping them pay their rent or their mortgage. That's going to be my first priority. But, if the president is trying to take away the rights and freedoms of the American people or abusing his office, I'm certainly going to stand up and defend our.
Oh, my goodness. Somebody just said in the chat, somebody said, who are you and how do you become American citizen? Common sense. Come through the legal way, okay? Come into the United States legally, go through Homeland Security. I'm telling you the process. If you want to come into the United, I'm just going to give you the OT right now, okay? The orientation. Come into the United States legally, go through Homeland Security. When you get into the United States, USCIS actually wants you. They want you to become a United States citizen. All you have to do is go through USCIS and figure out ways to become a United States citizen. The United States needs skills, people that can put their head down, be a very hardworking person, and love the United States. That's the criteria. You have to love the United States, just like I love the United States. And it bothers me to talk to people that are born in the United States, and I'm telling them, you know what? The United States is the greatest country. And they're telling me, man, bro, you ain't never traveled to Switzerland, Australia? Bro, there's no way the United States is the great. And I'm asking these people, like, are you American? Were you born here? They're like, yeah, I was born here. And you don't think America is the greatest nation? Man, bro, you got to get deported. As a citizen, you need to get deported. But anyway, yes, I took the test. Of course, you have to take the test. You cannot become a United States citizen without taking USCIS test. Okay, you probably have to take like 3 tests, but the final one is when you get asked about the Constitution, what happened, how was the United States, how did they originate, when was the Independence Day, who wrote the Constitution, who are the representatives of your states, stuff like that. Star Spangled Banner, stuff like that. All that kind of stuff. Okay, so when I hear people say they've been in the United States for 26 years and they're not citizen, and now blaming Trump that is coming into office, they're saying, well, Trump wants to deport us. He wants to let us go out of this place when we've been living here for 30 years paying taxes. Bro, you've been here for 30 years and you didn't figure out how to become a United States citizen. Have you heard of something called USCIS? And the one that even bothers me is, of course, you got to learn English. The one that bothers me is this lawyer. He said he came into the United States at, I think he was 7 years old. He is a lawyer, and then he's been here for 27 years, and is talking about, well, Trump is going to really be a big issue for us because we've been here for 27 years. I'm a lawyer. I'm fighting for people here in the United States. What will my clients do? Bro, you are a lawyer and you didn't know anything about the USCIS, or you should have just gotten an immigration lawyer. Immigration lawyer would have helped you a lot. I didn't get immigration lawyer because all you have to do is read, put your ego down, watch a lot of YouTube videos. You can learn anything on YouTube. I learned how to file for myself on YouTube. Yeah, that's just me. That's just me. Okay. I'm not even a lawyer, bro. I'm not even a lawyer. Okay. This man is saying he's a lawyer. I mean, you're a lawyer. Just get an immigration lawyer. And I promise you, you would be a United States citizen in like 5, 6 years. It took me 5 years, but I don't know why people just act like, look, I don't get it. I just don't get it. You want to blame people. You want to point the fingers like this. You never point the finger this way. People don't like pointing the finger at themselves. They like to blame other people. I like to blame myself. If shit goes wrong in my household, I blame myself first. What could I have done to stop that from happening? I don't care if it's somebody else's fault. It is my responsibility. Yeah, Lee.
Our country and our Constitution.
Let's talk quickly about the president-elect's cabinet picks. Kash Patel for FBI director. That comes against the backdrop of this latest terror attack in New Orleans. You, of course, serve on the Judiciary Committee. If Kash Patel is confirmed, will you be able to work with him? You've been quite critical of him.
Well, first of all, Kash Patel should not be confirmed. And I think the terrorist attack in New Orleans
here we go.
and my heart goes out to those who have lost loved ones in that attack. Just underscores again the importance of having someone directing the FBI that has experience, that has judgment, that has character, that will prioritize defending the country against the violence we saw in New Orleans or the violence we saw on January 6th. Not someone whose top priority is political vendettas, who believes in deep state conspiracy.
But the DA in New York campaigned and won the DA position based on the fact that I am going to get Trump. These people like doing the opposite of what they believe in or saying the opposite of what they believe in. Alvin Bragg said, I am going to get Trump. Vote for me as your DA and I'm going to get Trump for you. And they voted for him because people don't like rich people. Everybody, like most broke people don't like rich people. So it's like rich people are the problems for broke people. Instead of you to realize that, oh shit, I got to study. Oh shit, I got to work my butt off. Oh shit, I got to change my friend group. I got to learn. Nope. Now he's talking about nobody should confirm Kash Patel. No, bro. No.
Thinking not someone who is as unqualified as Kash Patel. So Kash Patel is an easy one. He should not be confirmed. The others, look, Marco Rubio, I think eminently well qualified. Several of the other nominees. Again, we should follow that regular process that the majority leader has laid out. But that one should be an easy one.
All right. Senator Adam Schiff, thank you so much for being here in person. We really
Exactly. Yeah, you are absolutely Local. EE is absolutely right. It says having an American passport doesn't mean you are American. No offense. Absolutely. What makes you an American is knowing what time it is. What is this? So many scams up here, man. So, having a United States passport doesn't mean or qualify. I mean, you're an American if you have an American passport generally, but really, for the OGs, it's by knowing your rights, knowing the Constitution, loving the United States, serving the United States. Okay, interceding for the United States, saying good things about the United States, believing in the United States, participating in activities that promotes the United States, which I am doing. So, yeah, I'm a United States citizen. Next, my boy. All right, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into the live show. It is your boy Genesis. I just like having a good time with you guys, man. All right, Kevin O'Leary, what you got to say, Canadian?
So Shark Tank star and Kevin O'Leary is here now, and I'm sure he has an opinion on the House Speaker's vote and how it's unfolding. What do you think this means for the Trump agenda?
It'd be way better if it's one single vote that clears this up, just in terms of keeping the momentum that the Trump agenda has. I mean, you don't want this drama pre-inauguration, so unnecessary. And Johnson's pretty good. I mean, you know, 99% of those working with him like this guy. So it'd be much, much better. Now, look, there's always drama in Washington. That's what makes it so entertaining. If you're a policy junkie like me, and I'm glued to the screen just like everybody else that's interested in this. But this is not where you want to put your energy and your political capital. There's so many agenda items that face this administration right out of the gate. Everybody should be focused on those.
And we are watching this, with a nail-biting sort of suspense to it. I want to switch gears quickly as we look at this. You saw that President Biden had blocked the merger between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. And he said, quote, as a committee of national security and trade experts across the executive branch determined this acquisition would place one of America's largest steel producers under foreign control and create risk for our national security and our critical supply chains. Japan's an ally. Is there still a national security concern here, you think?
No, this is a mistake. Let me explain why. You know, you want to make America the #1 destination for capital all around the world, and you want to grow that, and you want them to bring their dollars and build plant and equipment in the United States because it's the most competitive and largest economy. You do not want to mess with that. This is messing with that. This is a government picking winners and losers, one specific company over another. Nippon already said they'd invest $14-15 billion, leave the plant, upgrade it, enhance the job situation, make sure the steel minimums are provided for, and that's what you want. And I hope that actually Trump overturns this, because remember, he just shook hands on $100 billion just 10 days ago from SoftBank. That's money coming in. The #1 export of the United States is not steel, it's the American dream. You should always want your money here first. That's the whole idea. This is counter to that. I don't like it. I hope it gets overturned. It's a bad message.
Well, Kevin, the president of the United Steelworkers Union says, the quote, the USW welcomes President Biden's decision to block the U.S. Steel Nippon deal, and we have no doubt that it's the right move for our members and our national security. Now, the president-elect Trump says that he will use tariffs to keep the steel business operating in the U.S. He also supported not having this deal go through. Will that be enough, do you think, tariffs to avoid layoffs and keep the business going, given China dumping steel on the global market to run competition out of business?
Yeah, I don't like the Chinese government, and I'm a hawk on that, and I'm an advocate for massive tariffs as a negotiating tool. And there's a whole bunch of reasons in a whole bunch of sectors. I'm concerned about the Chinese in a million different ways. Nothing reciprocal. We don't have any agreements with them that make sense, and they use our systems. TikTok's a good example of what's going on right now, the drama unfolding there. I just think at the end of the day, the #1 job of the president of the United States is to make America the #1 destination for capital. You never want to change that. There's a reason it's the #1 economy on earth. There's a reason people drown under barbed wire trying to get into the country. There's a reason most of the money around the world's invested in the U.S. now. You never want to change that. And I know we're focused on one case on the steel deal, but Trump is going to use tariffs for negotiations. He doesn't want to change the momentum of the economy. It's doing fine, and it could even do better.
So I want to ask you about this. I want to turn to TikTok. You mentioned it. Now, President-elect Trump posted on Truth Social today, "Why would I want to get rid of TikTok?" And then he showed his engagements, where he had 8 times the engagements that he had on Instagram, and other positive facts in that. So the president-elect is saying basically that the Chinese company TikTok boosted his engagements.
And I don't get it. First of all, shout out to Kevin O'Leary for sure. Smart Canadian. But I don't get it when people say, I am from Africa. It's like, what is that? When I hear people here say, you from Africa, bro? I say, yes, but I'm actually from Nigeria. Okay, I was born in Nigeria. All right. When you say you're from, do you hear people say, I'm from North America? No, they just tell you, I'm an American, I'm a Mexican, or, I'm a Canadian. They never tell you I'm from North America. So what do you mean I'm from Africa? What country are you from? There are 54 countries in Africa. Okay, so choose one. Where are you from? All right. You never hear people say I'm from South America. No, they tell you exactly where they're from, the country. So try to educate people by being precise. All right. Let's be precise, my dog. Where you from? Like I told you. You're like, I'm an open book. I tell y'all what time it is, but you want to go back and forth. It's like you're not confident about yourself. You have to be confident. Okay. Even if you don't know what you're doing at first, when you're confident, you learn. Okay. Speak up, learn. You will be confident on the way. Okay. Get a profile picture, and we're going to start from there.
So all other Americans should ignore the Chinese Communist Party stealing data and possibly feeding Americans disruptive content through the algorithm. What do you make of that?
So let's break that down a little bit. This situation that we have right now is going to come to a head on January 10th. You're aware that I'm one of the syndicates that wants to buy TikTok. It's already been deemed by a bipartisan Congress through an order that says this is Chinese spyware and we're going to shut it down midnight, January 19th. Really interesting timing, inauguration, everything else. So this actually sits. If the justices push it back, it's going to the executive. The executive right now is Biden. Now, what's going to happen here? We don't have to shut TikTok down. It just has to change ownership to abide by American laws as deemed by the order of Congress. I'm giving you these technical details because I'm going to walk you through the timing of what's going to occur. My guess is justice does not want to mess with the will of Congress. They'll push it back to the executive, and then Biden will open the door and say, is anybody here willing to buy this under terms that really fit the order? In other words, maybe rewriting the algorithm, making sure DOD, Department of Defense, approves it, and all the rest of that. There's been many voices on this thing. I intend to be there with an LOI that Biden can look at and say, this is a viable alternative. I'm going to stay this situation for 90 days to let the company engage with this buyer. That's what's going to happen. Now, I don't see President Trump, I understand what he's doing, but he'll have a big say in the deal after the 90 days because he'll be the president of the United States. And I will anticipate I'll need his signature as well on the outcome of what we're going to bring to the market, that it's compliant. But this company is living in a dreamland thinking the Supreme Court of the United States is going to uphold spyware against its American people. Ain't going to happen. And then you've got this timing situation.
Well, do you really believe then that this can change hands that quickly? Do you believe that you are in the right position to take this?
Yes, I do believe it can change hands quickly, and I'm in a really interesting situation. All of that business, all of that revenue TikTok has comes from what I call the shark tankers, companies from 2 to 5 million in sales, 2 generations of shark tankers that have used it for customer acquisition in the same way that President Trump detailed how effective it is. My job is going to be how to figure out to keep them on board during the transition period. We may take 3, 4, 5 months to rewrite the code. And the way to do that is to make them my partners, to allow them to invest invest beside me at the same price that I am investing at, and get 5, 6, 7 million of them on board, and we go through the journey together. Supreme Court is going to turn this down. Watch it happen.
Yeah, we got to go on this. Thank you I appreciate the debate.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. All right, so somebody just said here, remember the 54 countries are artificial borders drawn by the Europeans. Okay, here we go. Johnny to nowhere. Just told you right now. My dog right here, talking about he's from Somalia. He's from East Africa, okay? All right. We get it. And if I was from Somalia, I probably wouldn't want to let the world know. Maybe that's why he was being ashamed at first. But it is what it is. Just be proud of your country, okay? Be proud of your country that you were born. And if you decide to come to the United States, this is the greatest nation in the world. You can argue, you can hate me for it, but I'm going to let you know America is the greatest country on earth because even Canadians want to come here. And New York borders Canada. And Canadians want to be part of the United States. Yeah, they're about to be the 51st anyway. Okay. Australians want to be Americans. Switzerland people want to be Americans because people are going to say, well, if you go to Australia, if you go to Switzerland, man, it's so pretty. If you go to Switzerland, those people want to be Americans. Yeah. So America is the greatest nation in the world. You can hate me. Oh, you don't respect your people, bro. Yeah. America is the greatest nation. And 5-4 means fuck around and find out. He says you're bragging too much.
Hello, America. I'm Mark Levin.
This is what people don't like. When you actually put your head down, study, sleepless night, get to know what you know, and then they're gonna say you're bragging too much. Yeah, like Alvin Bragg of New York.
Life, Liberty, and Levin Sunday. Thank you for being here. Two great guests. Representative Michael Waltz is going to be the National Security Advisor. And Dr. Zuhdi Jasser, former U.S. Navy Lieutenant Commander, founder of American Islamic Forum for Democracy, and co-founder of the Muslim Reform Movement. But before we go to our guests, we have this judge in Manhattan who says, we're going to do sentencing next week of Donald Trump. And I'm very disturbed by the legal analysis by defense counsel, former prosecutors who say, okay, look, this may not be a great thing, but at least it gives Trump the opportunity to appeal. What the hell are you talking about? Donald Trump is an innocent man. He didn't commit any misdemeanors. He didn't commit any felonies, not in New York State, not at the federal level, not anywhere.
I keep saying that.
He was subjected to a rump trial, to a Stalinist trial that violated at least 4 of his constitutional rights under the Bill of Rights of the federal Constitution. What are you talking about? We have a judge and a prosecutor who timed this case to try and stop Trump from getting the nomination right before, I think it was Super Tuesday, throughout the primary process. And in the general election, he was forced to go into that courtroom. A gag order for a presidential candidate. And we sit here and say, well, you know, at least now he can appeal. Appeal where? In New York? That's not a risky proposition, is it? The New York Gulag is where you go if you don't want justice and you're Republican or conservative. This was a runaway train. It's still a runaway train. 10 days before an inauguration, this guy Merchan, an acting state judge who has no jurisdictional authority in a phony case of this sort to begin with, decides...
I ain't gonna cap. Like, I'm not even gonna cap. Mark Levin takes this personally. It's like, yo, there's no way. Because if journalists don't come together, especially people who have common sense, if you don't come together and actually support the 47th, today is January 6th. This is the day the presidential election will be certified that Trump actually won electoral college vote. Look, if journalists like this don't come out and support the OG, the legend, the 45th, now the 47th, Donald J. Trump, the left are just going to do what they did in 2016, which was divide, try to make Trump tired, frustrated, that they didn't want him to govern. He was winning so much. We were winning so much. You had, like in 2016, what was the mortgage rate in 2019? What is the current mortgage rate today? How was the border in 2019? What is the current border security right now? Effed up. Okay, so people with common sense journalism needs to come out and support and support and support. Put out content as much as you can, and then let people know this guy is doing a great job because he has to do his job. He's promised a lot during the campaign trail. He promised a lot. Okay, no tax on tip, 10% interest rate cut on credit card, 10% cap rate, interest cap on credit cards, like, securing the border, ending the war in Ukraine and Russia, Palestinian people, Israel and Israel. So it's like he's promised a lot. So they have to let him do his job because all of this stuff now putting Elon Musk against him is just all of this stuff is just divide and conquer strategy. So I like the way Mark Levin takes this personally because there's a lot of work to be done this next 4 years. He's won the election, but guess what? Now the media will start. Can you imagine the judge in New York is sentencing Trump to no penalty? So you're sentencing him for what? You're not going to give him any jail time, no persecution, no, like there's nothing. There's no fine. There's nothing. So no jail time, no fine, no nothing. You're just sentencing him so he can have that record going into the White House as a convicted felon. That's all they want to do. Give him something to think about late at night when he lays his head down instead of thinking about his promises to the people. I see.
Said, we're going to have a sentencing hearing, but he writes this 18-page decision that I read, barely literate, but let me suggest he probably had some help from my kook law professor, but nonetheless, it doesn't matter. He says presidential immunity from criminal process for a sitting president does not extend to a president-elect. Gee willikers. Well, once he rules on sentencing, there's an appeal process. That's part of the criminal process, and Donald Trump will be president. And that appeal process will go on throughout his presidency if he's stuck in New York.
Exactly.
He says only the president has the authority of the chief executive. A president-elect does not. A president-elect does not. So what is he trying to do here? Smear Donald Trump all during his presidency. Exactly what the Department of Justice in its 2000 memo said is a huge problem at the federal level. That is, you cannot have a sitting president with this stuff hanging over his head. It undermines his effectiveness. It undermines his representation of the American people with foreign governments. Merchan knows exactly what he's doing. He's responsible for this whole damn thing. President-elect immunity, retroactive immunity, so he concocts these ideas that the president's lawyers are pushing for presidential-elect immunity and retroactive immunity. No, they're not. Essentially, he does not seriously address the supremacy clause. Why? Because if he did, he'd be out of business. He had no authority whatsoever to oversee this case. It should have been dismissed immediately. But don't worry, we're told by defense lawyers, we're told by former federal prosecutors, look, unconditional discharge, no incarceration. No incarceration. If this clown excuse for a judge tried to put Donald Trump in prison or an ankle bracelet or anything of that kind, what do you think would happen? The Department of Justice would walk into the front door of the Supreme Court, they'd take up the case immediately, and they'd rule against this guy, and they'd put him down. He's evil. Not completely stupid, but he's evil. That's why he didn't do it. That's why no fines, no penalties. That's why Trump doesn't actually have to show up in person, because he doesn't want the case to go where it ought to go, to the Supreme Court.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just got an update. This isn't like breaking news. This happened like 3 days ago, but I'm just seeing it. It says here, the state of New Jersey, new law removed the requirement for teachers to pass a basic reading, writing, and math test to address the state's teacher shortage. So now in New Jersey, you don't have to pass a basic reading, writing, or math test because there is a teaching or teachers shortage. So they just need someone to watch the kids. They just need someone to watch these kids. So you don't even have to learn to read or write or know basic math. Just be a teacher. This is why my daughter is homeschooled. I'm telling y'all, man, my daughter is homeschooled. She's 5 years old. She's supposed to start real school this year, but my goal is to fully homeschool this baby right here. Cause it's like, Jesus. I go pick her up from daycare, well, pre-K, and they're not even speaking English. They're speaking slang English. I'm like, golly, Jesus. And my daughter's coming on with slang English. I'm like wondering, where did she learn this? So like most of the bad habits kids speak up is from school. Right? So yeah. Except you find like a exceptional school. I think Arizona has great school. Massachusetts. There are states that have great schools. But god damn, in New Jersey now you don't even have to learn to read, pass a written test, writing test.
Of the United States. This is interfering with a presidential election. It's interfering with the presidency. It's interfering with an inauguration. It's federal in every way. And we're stuck in a New York State court. He says this provides the defendant with finality. He sounds like the legal analyst.
Yo, Anders game.
So he can appeal. So here's the guy who sets the fire and then says, I'm putting out the fire so you can get on with your life. And then he basically addresses but really ignores most of the most pertinent points of the Department of Justice 2000 and 1973 memos. I want to talk about this. I want to remind you of a few things, as painful as this may be. A complete setup of an innocent man. And we're all supposed to sit here and say, okay, they attack the federal judicial system, they attack the state justice system, they attack our primary electoral system at the federal level, they attack the federal electoral system, and now they're attacking the office of the presidency when Donald Trump is president, but it's okay, it could have been worse. What the hell are these people talking about? Bragg charged President Trump with a low-level misdemeanor for which the statute of limitations had already run, and nobody was ever charged with. In the first place, he accused Trump of falsely reporting non-disclosure agreements they called hush money. It's funny. Every press organization that calls it hush money is entered into non-disclosure agreements. It's a non-disclosure agreement. It's the nature of doing business. That's what it is. Then he added 33 counts by charging every entry in the books as a separate crime. So we have 34 crimes. Since the statute of limitations had run, Bragg then increased the alleged violation from a misdemeanor to a felony. Well, how did he do that? Bragg claimed President Trump's real goal was to commit a different crime, thereby reviving the misdemeanor statute, and then he converts it into a felony by talking about an undermining felonious act, which he really would never describe, but everybody knew it was a federal campaign law. But why wouldn't he say so? Because he has no jurisdiction, and neither does Mershon on a federal campaign law issue. Later, Bragg claimed there were other state crimes, election law crimes, another misdemeanor in which the statute of limitations had run. So there were no laws, there were no former prosecutions, they're way out of their lane with federal law, but don't worry. Trump can now appeal within the gulag that is the state New York judicial system. There's not another case in New York that I've been able to find where a prosecutor has combined crimes like this. But what was being alleged did not violate federal election laws. A former chairman of the Federal Election Commission, Bradley Smith, was going to testify as an expert witness in the trial and said, this doesn't violate federal election law. But Judge Mershon, acting state judge, conflicted Democrat hack, rogue judge Mershon effectively prevented him from testifying. Even at this point, it wasn't stated by the prosecution that the underlying crime was a federal election-connected crime. Why? Because Bragg had no authority to prosecute a case, the basis of which was a federal campaign law violation. And the judge had no authority to adjudicate such a case. Mershon knew this, but he wanted Trump convicted. So he didn't require Bragg to reveal the underlying offense till actually the very end, when it was too late for the defense to do much about it.
Right.
Think about all this. The non-disclosure agreements were never campaign contributions under federal law. There was no underlying criminal violation. These misdemeanors could not be resuscitated, let alone turned into felonies, let alone turned into 34 felonies. There was no jurisdiction for the DA, no jurisdiction for the judge to be pursuing the case or holding a trial. Merchan's conduct during the trial was also openly and grotesquely Stalinist. He repeatedly and angrily ruled against legitimate motions by the defense. Against most of their arguments, he ruled against legitimate objections during the trial and often angrily admonished the lawyers in front of the jury to send them another message. He berated key defense witnesses. He cut off testimony. He narrowed and directed the testimony of defense witnesses. Meanwhile, Bragg's witnesses could talk about anything they wanted. Sex, sexual allegations, their views about campaign election laws, being the experts that they weren't experts. They could go on and on pretty much about anything they wanted. That testimony wasn't probative. It was prejudicial. A basis for reversal right there, but it didn't matter. And it stacked up the prejudicial testimony, salacious allegations, and Hope Hicks's testimony. She had worked closely with President Trump, with candidate Trump. She had 4 conversations when Trump was president about the payments, when they were being made and so forth. Not because it was criminal or surreptitious, because she had those conversations. Trump was president. Also, we have Madeleine Westerhout, testimony on how the president signed his checks. So we have an immunity decision by the Supreme Court. So rather than hold off the case while the court's ruling on immunity relevant to what's going on in that Manhattan courthouse, Merchan's full speed ahead. He was the first one out of the box, and he wanted to be the first one out to try and cripple Trump, defeat Trump, imprison Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is new, breaking news, okay? This is absolutely, it just came in now like 2 minutes ago. All right, it says here, Biden to block all future oil drilling in 625 million acres of U.S. oceans. So Biden is blocking all future oil drilling in 625 million acres of U.S. oceans. So I don't know what that means. Trump said he wants to drill, baby, drill. This man right here just blocked all future oil drilling in 625 million acres of U.S. oceans. Is it like difference when you drill oil in the ocean and on land? I don't know if it's different, but Biden just blocked all future oil drilling in 625 million acres of U.S. ocean. This is definitely a shade to the OG, Donald Trump. But you know Trump, he's going to executive order all of this shit out.
An acting state judge. But don't worry, Mark, everything's okay. Now Trump has the ability to appeal to the New York appellate courts. But he rules and he says, even in this 18-page preposterous writing the other day, well, I'm not convinced that that has anything to do with immunity. That was all personal stuff. All personal stuff. The whole case was based around personal nonsense and allegations. The jury instructions was a further abomination. Most appalling, Merchan told the jury, you don't have to agree on what the underlying crime is. You have 3 choices. Multiple choice. It's a multiple choice test. How do you defend yourself against a multiple choice test about what crimes you're alleged to have committed? And giving the jury in Manhattan, of all places, the ability to pick and choose, Merchan set up Trump in every way he could. Every step of the trial, this was a Potemkin trial. You had a courtroom, you had a judge, you had a jury, you had a prosecutor, you had defense counsel. But so what? That was for looks. What actually took place was a disgusting attack on our justice system at the state and federal level. You could choose whatever crime you think. So we have a violation of the 5th Amendment, the 6th Amendment, the 8th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, violation of the 6th Amendment, violation of due process, the 5th. Defendant has a right to know precisely what they're being charged with, so he can defend himself, so his lawyers can competently represent them. This is basic stuff. This goes back to the Magna Carta. It's 1,000 years old, except in Judge Merchan's courtroom. The Supremacy Clause, which he discusses precious little in his 18-page BS document the other day. Supremacy Clause. There's a lack of jurisdiction for Merchan in a federal case, even though there wasn't a federal case. But that's the hook they hung their hat on. Federal election law. Then they added federal tax law. The hell is a DA in New York and an acting state judge in New York adjudicating, quote unquote, underlying federal crimes? Well, that's why they hid the ball right to the end. That's why they gave the jury a multiple choice question rather than said it's federal law, because they'd be out of business. Rashawn Block key testimony from Bradley Smith, like I mentioned, that no federal election law was violated, no federal election law was even involved, while allowing Michael Cohen, multiple convicted felon, to give all his opinion he wanted on the violations of federal election law, of which he's no expert, by the way. The business entries were not false. They were actually accurate. They weren't made public. The non-disclosure agreements were not unlawful. Federal campaign laws were not violated. In fact, they were not triggered. Mm-hmm. Indeed, the non-disclosure agreements were entered as business expenses in 2016. The FEC reports weren't even followed to 2017. So how could they affect the 2016 election? They didn't. Relying on the judge with filing after filing, and I say this with the greatest amount of respect, relying on this judge who did this purposely, who created this entire scenario, who abused the rule of law at the federal and state level like we've never seen before, to keep filing motions with him in the hopes that he'll dismiss his own baby, his own Frankenstein, was absurd from day one. He orchestrated this travesty. He's a conflicted judge. To go to him to get help from him was never going to happen. This is why I repeatedly stated that the matter should be raised directly with the Supreme Court. Get it the hell out of this chain, or you're going to get stuck, or at least simultaneously. You can deal with that chain of appeals and so forth, but try and get it to the Supreme Court. Get it out of the New York gulag. But if you don't give the Supreme Court an opportunity to take the path, there's
then it's definitely hilarious for sure.
No path for them to take. I've mentioned here before, Bush versus Gore. The late, great Ted Olson, on behalf of the Bush campaign, filed what he called an emergency appeal. You can call it a kumquat. These are called common law certs. Typically, it's a cert of mandamus or something like that, but the court knows what you're doing. There's no official name for these things because they're not statutory. Call it whatever you want. You get it to the Supreme Court and you give it the opportunity. It takes 4 justices to decide whether they're going to take up the case or not. I mean, hell, I could write this brief. Case after case after case. A violation of federal authority, federal jurisdiction, a violation of the federal Constitution, the violation of the positions of the United States Department of Justice, the attempt to damage, in fact, to cripple an incoming president or a presidential candidate. It's all federal. The violations of the Due Process Clause, Equal Protection Clause, the Fifth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, the Eighth, the 14th, the violation of the federal Constitution. It's splattered all over the place. This wasn't a local case. This wasn't a state case. These are 2 left-wing thugs, one a prosecutor elected, one a state judge, doing what they do to appeal to the Manhattan population, screwing the country, 49 other states, the electorate, and here we have a landslide victory for President Trump, and he's still involved. But don't worry, he's not going to send him to prison. Try it, pal. Just try it and see what the federal courts do to you. Department of Justice, for half a century, has taken a position that basically what Mershon is doing is never to be done at the federal level. Let me ask you a question. You think the Department of Justice position will be, you can't interfere with the federal executive branch and the presidency unless you're a DA or a state judge. Then you can interfere with it all you want. Really? So a DA and a state judge can destroy the constitutional construct at the federal level? The reason the Department of Justice has never written a memo on this is because nobody's ever contemplated it before. We got 15,000 or so DA's offices around the country. Should we just leave this as it is? Well, at least Trump can appeal within the New York system. But what about the office of the presidency? What about the federal Constitution? What about all these issues that have been breached, that have been violated? Just leave them out there for the next presidential candidate to have to deal with? Yes, right. Now, I hope the New York appeals courts and those judges have some sense. Maybe they will. Does anybody really expect them to come through with a 100% correct decision on Donald Trump? It's not just the state judges in New York, it's federal judges in New York. Look what they're doing to Rudy Giuliani, America's mayor, 9/11. They're destroying him.
Exactly.
Look what they did in this libel case with Donald Trump, another federal judge. And now look at this state judge in New York. This is a federal constitutional matter that involves our electoral system, that involves our constitutional system, that involves the federal rule of law. And I'm sorry, I admit I've never been a defense lawyer, I've never been a prosecutor, but I've spent 45 years fighting these guys, litigating against the IRS and the EPA, litigating against every federal department, litigating against radical left-wing groups and so forth and so on. It takes a different kind of mindset to fight these people, not litigation paint by the numbers. School choice, we won that. Landmark Legal Foundation. Bill Clinton being held in contempt, we filed that complaint in Arkansas years ago. The EPA held in contempt for destroying records. We did that. And I can go on and on and on. You know, sometimes when you're representing somebody or when you're coming in a case, don't be so defensive. Don't worry about a loss. You don't do that in football. You don't do that in any sport. You don't do it in the military. Go on the offensive. The worst thing the Supreme Court could have said is, we're not interested in this case, and you'd be right back where you are. But let me tell you something. If the Supreme Court said it wasn't interested in this case, it would bear the brunt of what it decides in that respect, because this is not going away. This is not going away. The floodgates have been opened. So this isn't a great day for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is an innocent man. And what Mershon is doing here is trying to brand him with convicted felon for the rest of his presidency.
Hey.
Exactly. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to brand him as the first convicted felon into the White House. I mean, a lot of people already call him convicted felon anyway, especially the Democrat. However, it's like 76 million plus Americans do not care. Okay, they just want their borders secured. They want lower gas prices, lower grocery bills. Okay, they want all of those incentives. So they don't care about the tag, you know, he's a convicted felon. A lot of Americans are convicted felons. So it's like, who cares, yo? Who cares? All right. So, but I mean, being the president of the United States and having that title, a convicted felon, I mean, that would even help his story when he grows old and his legacy at the end of the day. But he doesn't want that. Trump doesn't want that. So the judge in New York just doing too much. I mean, you want to sentence this man to no penalties. You're not asking him to pay any fine. You're not letting him do any jail time, obviously, because he's the president of the United States. There's no way he could do a jail time. But what about a fine? You're not letting him pay a fine. So it's like, what are you then sentencing him for? For nothing, just to brand him convicted felon. All right, New Orleans, as we all know, this man had the ISIS flag in his truck, and also had IEDs in his truck. And he was an American military veteran. I guess ISIS
Joining us now live in studio is former head of counterterrorism operations for the NYPD and Fox News contributor Paul Morrow. Paul, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Listen, the FBI says today, hey, we've done a good job. We've thwarted 2 of these attacks, but the enemy, they only have to be right once. We have to be right every time. Do you think D.C. is prepared with everything coming up for if someone does get through with bad intent and the means to do bad things?
Here's how I would make this very pointed. This is going to come down to leadership. Think about the disparate agencies that are almost certainly going to be involved here, right? You have DHS, you have FBI, you're going to have Metro DCPD, you're going to have the Capitol Police, you're going to have Federal Parks Police. You have all these different agencies coming together. You got to make sure everybody's in sync. And here's a subtlety. Are the civilians in?
Okay, a big part of this kind of operation is the civilian analysts. And one of the great force multipliers. You hear about it all the time in the intelligence community. Our civilians keep us synchronized. They take all this disparate information. They're the ones who produce those threat products that we hear about, those bulletins that come out. Those come from civilians almost 95% of the time. Are they in? Because the last audit we heard, there was what, 1% in if you take out the security guards and the gun carriers? So are they in? Is this being organized? Are all ships at sea being activated here to make sure that this upcoming series of events, which there's a number of them, we're coming into that season here, are all hands on deck, and is everybody pulling in the same direction?
Paul, we're 4 years now tomorrow, January 6, 2021. Tomorrow will be January 6, 2025. We still don't know why there were 26 confidential human sources on the ground there at the Capitol. Are we ever going to get any answers on that? Why do the FBI have so many people there, and why don't we know exactly why they were there?
You really got to drill down to the ground level to find out who these sources were, who was running them. Remember, sources are just not out there running around on their own. There's somebody assigned to, quote unquote, handle that person, known as a handler, okay? Were the 23 who were not activated and purposely sent to the Capitol, were they told to go? Who paid for their care and feeding? If they didn't go, well, then were they being handled? And then there's even a larger question. Think about this now. You had over 24 sources, right? That argues that at least 26 different FBI agents were handling these sources for God knows for how long, at how much expense. How did they not pick up that this was going to happen? If that's how I ran my unit and I had that level of penetration in place and I got no indicia of the fact that something like what occurred was coming, I'd have been walking a foot post. I think that's a really salient question we have to ask ourselves. I don't like treating counterterrorism and this kind of prophylactic work as zero sum. Yeah. You can always miss something. Yeah. But that said, with this level of penetration, you got to say to yourself, guys, how'd you miss it?
Well, Paul, speaking of counterterrorism, we're learning more about the suspect in the New Orleans terror attack. The FBI is now releasing new video of Shamsud-Din Jabbar hours before he allegedly killed 14 people on New Year's Day. Authorities also revealing that the suspect made 2 recent visits to New Orleans to scope out the eventual crime scene. This new video shows him using Meta smart glasses to record a bike ride along Bourbon Street just months before the tragedy. And the FBI is looking even further back, now investigating his 2023 visits to Cairo and Canada.
We are looking to get some clarity on as to the purpose and reasoning behind each of those individual trips. Our agents are getting answers as to where he went, who he met with, and how those trips may or may not tie into his actions.
You know, Paul, from the information that we've gathered, whether it's accessing ISIS paraphernalia online, purchasing material for IED, and now this new information about his recent travel, what do you make of it?
So the travel is concerning, obviously. The first thought I had when I saw Egypt was that it's very close to Gaza, all right? And so, you know, is there any indication that he was in Gaza at any point or anything like that? There's no such indication. I'm just speculating. What concerns me more, actually, is Canada. And that's just because of proximity, right? What was he doing in Canada and why was he there? Now, according to the brother's timeline, this would precede his quote-unquote joining ISIS, right? The brother said it was before last summer. So maybe at this point he wasn't fully radicalized. Maybe the trips were benign, okay? We really don't know. This is where I come down to the idea that I was saying earlier about it's tough to hold the counterterrorism operators to a zero-sum standard because, you know, if he took 2 trips that were relatively benign, if he was very cautious about how he bought what he bought, and if he used some encrypted apps, et cetera, because of our First Amendment system, it's very, very tough to pick these kinds of things up. You're not going to get them all. In this case, where you really have to look is at the ground level security of the instance itself, of the event of New Year's Day. Yeah. That's not the Bureau, that's the local PD.
But it seems like the intelligence gaps, if he was accessing any of this online, which it seems like that's how a lot of people get radicalized.
No question.
How did they miss that?
So the best way to get that kind of stuff is on the other end, because you can't look at everybody in America's social media all the time. We don't have the resources. And again, there's a continuum in a First Amendment society, which is our strength, right? It's what really makes our system unique. It's also our greatest vulnerability. There's a continuum where you're allowed to do it, you're allowed to do it. Now you're into something else and we need to look at you. That gray spot right there, that sweet spot, for investigators is very tough to hit. It's very lawyered, and that really is the difficulty.
Yeah, and we're also following the explosion outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. An ex-girlfriend of the Green Beret who allegedly blew up the Cybertruck says he struggled with injuries and was depressed. And according to a U.S. Army spokesperson, the suspect frequently used the Army's mental health resources, adding, quote, he did not display any concerning behaviors at the time and was granted personal leave. All relevant records were provided to the FBI as the lead investigative agency. You know, this is so different, Paul, than the only thing that was coincidental was the day that these two events occurred. This is a personal tragedy, isn't it?
Yeah, it does look that way. Those of us who were commenting on the two events subsequent to them were saying that, you know, they feel different. They don't feel linked. The motive doesn't seem to be a commonality between the two of them. This looked to me right off the bat as a message suicide, right? And one of the facts, and we have to deal with facts now, there's been a lot of supposition. One of the facts that's undeniable here is that there does seem to have been a triggering event.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Welcome, welcome. Double tap your screen. Also, we now have memberships. Okay, memberships on this channel is $4.99. Also, we have Super Chat, and then we have gifts. Okay, these are new ways to support the streamer, in this case, Genesis. So if you guys want to support the show, God bless you. And YouTube just sort of gave the notification that people can now gift on the live stream. So shout out to YouTube. Thank you. Somebody just said Genesis should join. Local says Genesis also when are you running for Congress? Maybe in my 40s, mid 40s. I got to get some money first because politics is very expensive. I like the fact that I'm learning, I'm getting to understand how politics works in the United States. I've always wanted to be involved in politics. So I like the fact that I'm learning. I'm 29 years old right now. I'm going to be 30 this year. So I got a 5-year-old daughter. I got to make sure she's like old enough because if you're into politics, you would not be home. And I want to spend time with my child because, no. Nobody's going to take my time away from my daughter. I have to be responsible for my responsibility. So, and this responsibility happens to be my 5-year-old daughter. So I want to be involved in her growing up when she turns, 18. When she turns 18, I'll probably be like 43 or 45. So regardless, that's a good time to go into politics when you have a lot of leverage. You've built yourself up, and definitely I would have more knowledge than I have right now and more network. And so yeah, it is what it is. But fun fact about Genesis is I actually applied to be an Air Force officer, and I took the test one time and I didn't pass. Okay, I did not pass. I'm not even gonna cap. I did not pass because I already have a psychology degree from Nigeria. But I came here for school. I came here for film school because I'm a video director. I make short films. I shoot music videos. I shoot documentaries, ads, commercials, and stuff like that. And I came here for school, but I was in New York for like a year. So my school was New York Film Academy. I was there for like a year. And then, fast forward to last year, I took a test to become a United States Air Force officer because, I just wanted to serve. Like, I'm like, at that point, I haven't started my YouTube streaming. This was sometime around March, April 2024, before summertime, because I started this whole YouTube streaming thing around July 17th or 18th. July, that's when we started. And we had 2,000 subscribers when we started streaming. Yeah, it's unreal. We had 2,000 subscribers when we started streaming in July, like July 17th or 18th. And now 18th. And now we are over 115,000 subscribers in just like 6 months, 7 months. So yeah, but I do this every day though. Probably missed since July till now, I probably missed like 2-3 days at the most, or maybe 5 days. Okay, I ain't gonna cap because we had Hurricane Helen and I was affected by Hurricane Helen. We didn't have power for 9 days and we didn't have internet for 22 days. But I moved my family to an Airbnb at a close city near me. But I wanted to join the Air Force as an officer because I'm a college degree holder. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to join as an officer, higher rank. blah, blah, blah. But I failed my first try. And a lot of people that I've spoken with, even the recruiter was like, you could try as many times as you want. But I think he said you can only try as an officer, I think 2 or 3 times as an officer, Air Force officer. I think he said 3 times. But I know myself. If I'd like do it again, like if I had done it again, studied harder, I would have passed. But it was just so much to do back home because I had my daughter, I had her mom's, like so much to do. But I'm not gonna give excuses, okay? I'm gonna be straightforward. I did not pass my Air Force officer ASVAB exam. So when I saw the result, I'm like, come on, man. And somebody said, you know what? Join the army. It's so easy to join the army. You're gonna pass the army easy, so easy, bro. Because they saw my test result or my exam result. They were like, bro, with this, you would have gone into the army. I'm like, no, I want to join the Air Force officer. But yeah, yep, it is what it is. Thank you for tuning into the live show. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. And yeah, so I mean, this right here is literally being an ambassador for the United States, in my opinion. Same thing Benny Johnson always says. Benny Johnson always says he is an ambassador for the United States. I mean, you're talking about the United States, educating people about the United States, what's going on daily about the United States. That's you being an ambassador. It is what it is.
And that was a relationship, which is very often the case. So I would argue that we have a PTSD situation, something relative to his relationship going south. Apparently there was a big argument about infidelity, etc. And apparently he didn't really seem to want to hurt anybody or that many people. It wasn't like a terrorist event where he was trying to get a body count, because for a guy who has sophisticated training, it was a very unsophisticated device. And it really didn't do a lot of damage, thank God. So it seems to me like a very different kind of event. The first thing I thought of was the Major Nadal Hassan event in Fort Hood, where the Bureau, the local JTTF, and by the way, the Army investigators had indications of his radicalization. This was during the Obama years, and they stepped back from it for PC reasons. Can't afford that kind of thing anymore. So I don't know that that's what went on here, but I just hope going forward the Army is sensitized to the idea of people who are maybe struggling, and they leave where they are, they go home because he was on leave, right? Maybe you got to make sure somebody knows, somebody locally. Make sure you stay in touch with them. I don't know if the Bureau, if the Army has a program like that, but it looks like he was suffering, and then he was on his own.
We also have to improve the culture they come home to, improve the VA system, and stop allowing people to kneel when you have the national anthem, and stop having defund the police movements and everything else that comes along with it. They do this personal sacrifice, and then this is what they come home to.
And we will continue to think of his family. Paul Morrow, thank you.
Exactly. The United States needs to do more for the veterans. Like, they serve and, they deserve the best. 100%. And even people serving currently in the military, they need to be treated better.
Big day today as Congress will certify President-elect Donald Trump's election victory, and House Republicans can't wait to get started pushing through his agenda.
We want to make sure that we're jump-starting the agenda now over the next 2 weeks so that he's prepared and ready on day one. The idea would be get something done on the border and maybe defense spending right out of the blocks very quickly in what we would call a skinny reconciliation bill, and then do the rest of it in a larger chunk later. But I think at the end of the day, President Trump is going to prefer, as he likes to say, one big, beautiful bill. Certainly by May, yes. In fact, we're targeting a vote in the House maybe in the first week of April.
New York Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis joins me now. Congresswoman, good morning to you. So it sounds like we're going to have to get used to hearing the phrase big, beautiful bill, because that's how Donald Trump wants his legislative agenda to pass, not split up into 2 or 3, but 1. So how do you feel about that strategy, and what can we expect to be included in it?
Well, I think it's the smart thing to do is to do one bill that really tackles the border issues as well as energy production in our country, perhaps defense, as well as the tax cuts that we want to extend and then build upon the success. I will say that right out of the gate, today we'll be certifying the president's election. In 2 weeks, he will be sworn in, and House Republicans are united. We met over the weekend, and we talked a little bit about the strategy and the process moving forward. And first out of the gate, I think you'll see legislation that will give President Trump's administration the tools to secure our border, but to also deport the criminals and the cartels who have wreaked havoc, particularly in cities like mine in New York, and also the tools to find the hundreds of thousands of missing children who have either been sex trafficked, being exploited, maybe involuntary servitude. So those are the priorities on the border front. And then we'll work on the energy production to jumpstart and make sure we're energy dominant again. And then the tax is so critical because we need to make sure we preserve those cuts that created millions of jobs, lifted middle class wages, brought unemployment to record low. The president wants to do no tax on tips. We also want to see the tax burden on our seniors reduced. We'll be going, a group of us, to meet with President Trump this weekend to discuss in more detail some of the priorities.
Well, Congresswoman, razor thin Republican majority.
Trump has changed the game. Trump has definitely changed the game, man. People are going to Mar-a-Lago. Every politician in America is going to Mar-a-Lago. Well, Republicans at least. Justin Trudeau of Canada went to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the ring. With Italy president, she just was in Mar-a-Lago last night, kissing the ring. Okay. Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu kissed the ring in Mar-a-Lago. Everybody's kissing the ring in Mar-a-Lago. I'm waiting for the president of Mexico. You know, she said she wasn't gonna uphold the border, whatever. Now she's saying she's open. She says she's open to taking even people that are not from Mexico into Mexico. You're not gonna kiss the ring, man. You better know you kissing the goddamn ring.
Majority in the House. I can only imagine how much work is going to be spent on getting this bill to cross the finish line. Do you think it will be an uphill battle?
Well, there's no doubt that it's challenging. We have the slimmest majority in the history of the country. And obviously, when you have multiple members, you have multiple opinions. And so I think that's almost why we have to do a large bill like this, because we need to build consensus. Your border states and states like mine, we want to see that border security. Everyone in the conference does. Energy producing states wants to make sure that we're using domestic American energy for our national security and to create good American jobs. And then you have the SALT states, state and local tax relief is a big issue. So if we can build consensus by putting our constituents first and making sure we all deliver.
Is that Wonder Woman picture behind her? Okay, Wonder Woman, Congresswoman.
Legislative wins for our constituents back home. Right. I think that's how we build consensus to get this done. And remember, the last time there were two reconciliations was 1997 when Newt Gingrich was there, which a much larger majority. And that's why we have to do one.
Okay, so Congresswoman, you mentioned it. Congress is going to certify Donald Trump's election victory today. It will no doubt be less eventful than January 6, 4 years ago. But notably, Kamala Harris is going to be presiding over the certification of her own election loss. So what can the American people expect to experience as this is going down today?
Well, hopefully she'll get the pledge right today, because that was a disgrace what happened last week. But what I'll say is, look, we have a job to do. We're going to get it done. I think that it's a massive snowstorm here in Washington, D.C. Yeah. Hopefully everyone will show up and get the job done, because we have a lot of work to do. The people have spoken, and we've already laid out the framework. We just need to execute at this point.
Okay, so Congresswoman, let's talk about something that is impacting your constituents directly, and that is crime in New York City. And the latest example of that is a man was just arrested after stabbing two people in the subway. Thankfully, those two people survived the attack, but he had 87 prior arrests, and his rap sheet includes attempted murder, weapons possession, assault, criminal trespassing, turnstile jumping, petty larceny. 87 arrests and still out on the street to harm more people. I am sure you have some thoughts on this.
Absolutely. Well, as we've said, the radical bail law that the Democrats in New York put in place continues to release people who should not be on the street. Andrew Cuomo closed about 1,000 mental health beds. So where do those people go? They're on the subway system. They're in the streets. What I'll say is, if you look at the stats before the bail law took effect, felony assault has increased 55% since 2019. We've saw murders more than triple. And I'm talking about the subway system alone, okay, since 2019. And you have real serious situations where you have about every 2 weeks somebody being pushed on the subway tracks in 2024. Governor Hochul needs to get this city and our state under control. Mayor Adams, by the way, was a transit cop, so he knows exactly what needs to be done to make our transit system secure. We are down about 8,000 cops than we were on September 11th, 2001. That is so scary considering the terror threats that we face each and every day. The last time we had so few cops, it was in the year 1990. So they need to hire more cops to keep our subways and our city safe. And they just need to do their job. Instead, what she's trying to do is hit us with a congestion tax, which just went into effect yesterday. $9 toll to drive into Manhattan to try to push people on the subway system.
Right.
But people don't want to ride the subway because it's not safe.
Great
You want
point.
people to ride the subway, make it safe.
Good point
don't
all around,
tax
yeah.
them.
And the MTA says felony assaults on the rails are up 65% from 2019 to 2024. Congresswoman, we have to leave it there, but thank you so much for joining us this morning. We very much appreciate it. Have a great day.
It is what it is, y'all. The fact that Joe Biden right now just said no more drilling. That's just wild. This man is doing more than he has ever done in 4 years in his last days. In his last days, he's doing more. This is unbelievable.
Acting ICE Director Tom Homan.
That was a long time ago. Now we ain't gonna do that. We ain't gonna do that. Why is it doing all of this right now? Why? You're leaving in days to come, and you're making all of these decisions. What is this? What are you trying to do, Joe? Because I'd like to know. What are you? God, what are you trying to do? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the likes and subscription. Okay, thank you so much. What do we have here? Of course, you guys know Party City is going out of market, right? Party City is going out of market. God, think about Joe Biden making all of these decisions.
Mitch Modell, the former CEO of the famed New York sporting goods chain, wants to buy Party City and Big Lots out of bankruptcy. Now, he joins me now. You must have faith the consumer will be strong in 2025 then.
Well, it's not only about the consumer being strong, it's about coming up with a concept that we feel that we have that is going to be a game changer, and that, it all comes down to the value you give to a customer. I'm blessed to have a great partner and strategic partner with Stephen Asher III from Source One Global, who has the ability to source product beyond anything I've ever seen. Had I known Stephen back in 2020, Modell's would still be alive. He sources goods that we're going to be making 70 to 80% margins and be less than what Big Lots and Party City sell today, probably by less than half or more. That's how strong his capability is.
Yeah, Mitch, where did you get the idea to buy these two companies?
Well, it's interesting. So on December 19th, I'm at Mar-a-Lago, and I see about 10 of my friends there. And they ask me, Mitchell, do you miss retail? I said, miss retail? If you gave me $100 million and my life depended on it, I would go back into retail. And then Friday night, I go out to dinner. I come back. I watch the news. 1,600 stores closing. 750, 850 Big Lots. 750 Party Cities.
Yeah.
I couldn't sleep. 10 in the morning, the next day, I call my boys. Guys, we're going back into the retail business. We're taking a run at Big Lots and Party City. And they go to me, all right, what drugs are you on? Or did you lose your mind? I said, I'm dead serious. We're going to put together a management team. We're going to put together a business plan. I know we're really late in the game. And that was 10 days ago. That was December 21st, 10 days ago.
So it won't be cheap. I saw you're trying to raise $1 billion. First of all, how's your goal? And then secondly, so this is about jobs for you, right? To save those jobs?
It's 33,000 in Big Lots. I'm not even sure what Party City is. We're digging into Party City's data bank starting tomorrow. Our focus has been Big Lots because the company's been bankrupt since September. Gordon Brothers, who put in a bid December 24th at 508, brilliant move. I commend them. They outsmarted me, they outmaneuvered me, and they outgunned me. And when they went to court yesterday, the judge thought, this is too late of an offer. There's not enough time. Some of the landlords, some of the people, the debtors, got a little crazy. So they delayed the hearing till today.
Right.
This morning at 11 o'clock, I've been working with my CFO, Larry Meyer, the former CEO of Uniqlo, and the former CEO of Forever 21, along with Todd Shapiro, the greatest PR guy in the country.
I hate to do
and we
this.
sent the letter off to the attorney for the U.S. trustees of the bankruptcy court.
This is so wild. The fact that companies like Party City, Big Lots, were gonna shut down if this guy didn't buy them. So, and this is the Biden economy. But we also have to say Party City needs to update the way to do business. So I guess that's why. Yeah, somebody said he's causing as much chaos as possible. Yeah, trying to do too much before he leaves. You had 4 years, now you want to be
Let's
working
bring
like
in Hoover Institution's senior fellow, Victor Davis Hanson. Victor, let's start with this. If people listen to Joe Biden the last 4 years, this is the greatest threat to the American people. Wait, listen to this.
White supremacy was.
Wait, listen to this real quick. Just listen.
According to the intelligence community, terrorism from white supremacy is the most lethal threat to the homeland today. Not ISIS, not Al-Qaeda, white supremacists. According to the United States intelligence community, domestic terrorism from white supremacists is the most lethal terrorist threat in the homeland. The most dangerous terrorist threat to our homeland is white supremacy.
Adding to that, the speech he gave in 2023 after the Hamas terror attack, murdering women, children, and families, he mentioned Islamophobia more times than anti-Semitism. That's Joe Biden.
Well, there's never any data to back any of that up. We know from federal crime statistics that the greatest targets of hate crimes are Jewish Americans. They only comprise 2% of the population, and they're 50% of the victims. And the perpetrators are not what he says, whites. They're underrepresented in hate crimes, to take that example. But blacks, people of color, for whatever reasons, are overrepresented demographically. So there's no empirical data to back that up, other than he's pandering to his base. And the same thing about, if you look at the data of crimes in the context of terrorism, who perpetrates terrorism, it's not white supremacists. They don't rank anywhere near Islamic radicals. I mean, after all, this started with 3,000 people killed by Islamic radicals on 9/11. Where's he been?
Victor, I want to bring the FBI into this as well. What do you make of the fact that the assistant special agent down in Louisiana was unwilling to call this right away without any data to suggest otherwise, unwilling to call it terrorism? That didn't seem like an accident to me.
Yeah, I mean, she should have just suspended all judgment until she wants to make a reasonable conjecture, but she couldn't do that. And that's a reflection of her indoctrination. This DEI idea that it's okay to call people white supremacists as terrorists, but you don't dare touch a protected category like Muslims. It's just embarrassing, and everybody knew it. And what it's going to do, it's going to fuel the momentum to have confirmed Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, but especially Kash Patel. People are sick of this, and they want somebody in there to bring back these agencies to their former disinterested positions. And I think they will. They'll get confirmed because of things like this very quickly.
Because the whole DEI movement is really just about a political power grab, Victor. It is, they shame, humiliate, denigrate, because if you cower, they control. That is the entire equation.
Yeah. It is, and that's why they have all of these new techniques, swatting, deplatforming, shadow banning, cancel culture, that they use to intimidate people and deter them. And unfortunately for them, in 2024, that was rejected, and now they're in a panic. It's a pre-civilizational mindset that we judge people by their superficial appearance. The march of civilization was supposedly content of your character, not the color of your skin.
That's so well put. I want to ask you about this. The Judge Merchan ordering Trump sentenced to be sentenced on January 10th. It's a unconditional discharge is what we're hearing is going to happen, which wouldn't carry any sort of penalties in terms of restriction of movement or anything like this, but it leaves the felony on his record. That seems like a lot of spite to me. What do you make of it?
Well, it's designed to do what the Democrats tried to do in the campaign, say that Donald Trump is a convicted felon, and then they were called on it because that's not actualized until the sentencing takes place. Now it will take place in violation, by the way, of the Supreme Court's ruling on presidential immunity. And this is nobody else would have ever been tried if he was not named Donald Trump, or if Donald Trump had just said, I'm not going to run again for a third time. Right. Alvin Bragg would have never brought those indictments, and everybody knows it.
So the sentencing, Victor, is next Friday. It's January the 10th. And President Trump did speak. He reacted to this sentencing, spoke to Fox News Digital. And what jumped out at me from what he said was, he said, I'm not allowed to speak about the thing because I'm still under a gag order. It's just disgraceful.
Legend. Look at him.
It is. And
they've done every single thing to this guy, and he keeps walking. He keeps going. He keeps staying in the game. Never quits. Now he's won the 47th presidency. God, man, look at this man. Right? You just have to admire him. When I think about quitting, I think about my daughter first. I think about the grace of God on my life, and I think about Trump. It's just facts. Because if this man can keep going, God damn it, you could keep going, G.
We don't want to engage in lawfare after we engage in it, but they have been so egregious in this one-sided distortion of the law. There's going to be a lot of popular demand that some of these people who abuse the judicial system for political purposes be held to account in the next 4 years.
All right, so I want to ask you about, you've got a piece, and I'm just dying to get your perspective on this. You're saying we've got our weakest president ever, President Biden, leaving, and the most audacious president about to take office. That seems full of possibility to me. What do you mean by that?
Well, it's a bigger dichotomy even than the failed Carter presidency and the hope of Ronald Reagan. But now all of a sudden people are not afraid anymore. They don't have to worry about being canceled, or they can say that there is not a viable third sex, or they can say that Israel had ample cause to destroy Hezbollah. They don't have to worry about all of this censorship. And there's nobody saying, don't do that, you can't do that, our best days are over, be careful. Now somebody says, do it. Try, experiment, take gambles, take risks. We're Americans. We have energy, we have food, we have all these natural resources, we have talent. There's nothing we can't do. And even the left is kind of saying, we're done for a while. We're going to go lick our wounds. Let you take over. We don't even want Joe Biden to finish his term. We won't even invoke the Logan Act like we used to. He's a de facto president. Just let us get out of this mess we created. It's very strange how they've got almost abdicated the last 3 months during this transition.
And Victor, before we go, it's just been 4 years of blithely lying and incompetently leading. And at every turn, they could never, and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and the fact that Alejandro Mayorkas is still in that job after the death and destruction at his feet, and the hardship created intentionally with an open border, just the open border, and the terror attack in New Orleans. Again, enough. And that's exactly what the American people said.
I know. It was awful gaslighting. We saw that he was mentally challenged, and yet we were said that we were cheap faking to do that. We saw the border was open with our own eyes every night, and they said, it's secure. The only role that Mayorkas played was anybody who voted for him on the Republican side for confirmation 4 years ago will be disgraced if he votes against any of the Trump nominees. That's the only value I see that he has.
Well,
I like the way that guy talks. I like the way he talks. The guy right there. He ain't playing around. Okay. Karine Jean-Pierre. Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, White House press secretary. She did a farewell. And here it goes. Here it goes, ladies and gentlemen. Here it goes. KJP, her farewell.
Impacted by the tragic attack on January 1st. And meet with local and state officials on the ground. The president has been extremely focused on ensuring that everything possible be done to complete this investigation, ensure the safety of the community, and provide any and all federal assistance to support state and local officials. Since Wednesday, the president has held regular meetings with his Homeland Security team to receive the latest information on the investigation and convey the need to do everything possible to complete this investigation and keep the American people safe. The president has also spoken to the mayor of New Orleans and the governor of Louisiana to offer support to both state and local officials. His team remains in close touch with their teams. And as the president said earlier today, you heard him moments ago, he has spoken with the families of the victims. As he made clear, there is no justification for violence of any kind, and we will not tolerate any attack on any of our nation's communities. The president continues to receive regular updates on both the investigation into the terrorist attack in New Orleans and the truck explosion in Las Vegas. Both cases remain active investigations, and I will refer you to the law enforcement to speak further about them. Next, as you all know, steel and steel workers who produce it are the backbone of our economy and national security, powering our autos, our infrastructure, our defense. Without domestic steel production and domestic steel workers, our nation is less strong and less secure. CFIUS evaluation determined this acquisition would place one of America's largest steel producers under foreign control and create a risk for our national security and our critical supply chains. And CFIUS referred the matter to the president for his decision. So the president took action to block the deal to U.S. Steel U.S. Steel remains a proud American company, American-owned, American-operated, by American union steelworkers and the best in the world. The domestic steel industry is the strongest it has been in years because of the president's actions to level the playing field for American steel and American steel workers. And the United States remains an open economy with record foreign direct investments under President Biden's leadership. As foreign competitors like China distort global steel markets through unfair trade practices, such as dumping and overproduction, it is critical that we have a strong domestic steel industry that protects our national security and our supply chains. Today, the president demonstrated once again that he will always act to protect the security of this nation, as well as the resilience of our supply. And then, so with that, I'm going to, before I take questions, I wanted to add one more thing, which we haven't done in a while, which is talk about the week ahead, next week, and then we'll go into questions. In addition to his trip to New Orleans, the president and the First Lady will travel to Los Angeles, California on Monday. The president will then travel to Eastern Coachella Valley, California on Tuesday. On Thursday, the president and the First Lady will attend the state funeral for former President Jimmy Carter. As President Biden said, the world lost an extraordinary leader, statesman, and humanitarian. The president and the First Lady look forward to honoring a great American who gave his life into service. And finally, on Thursday afternoon, the President and the First Lady will travel to Rome, Italy from January 9th to the 12th. During the visit, the President will meet separately with His Holiness Pope Francis, President of Italy, and the Prime Minister of Italy as well. And as always, we'll have more to share as we get closer to the trips and events to come. But before I even go to your questions, I have one more thing that I wanted to add, a personal note. Jeremy and Jacob, thank you so much for your service. They will be leaving our team. This is going to be next week is going to be really your last week, but we didn't have another opportunity to do this in the briefing room. So I just wanted to say thank you to both. You have been phenomenal to work with. I'm going to miss you both and wish you the best in your upcoming endeavors in your career. But just wanted to thank them here at the podium. And if you guys have a chance, make sure to offer up your well wishes to Jeremy and Jacob next week. And with that, you have the first question. Fatima.
Thank you, Karine. I have three questions.
Sure.
Firstly, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has for years talked about friendshoring and countering the ambitions of China with allies. Will the President's decision on Nippon undercut efforts to strengthen relationships with our allies, and could this decision potentially damage the U.S.'s relationship with Japan?
This is not about Japan. It's not. And you have watched this president really, in the last 4 years, strengthen his relationship with our allies, obviously abroad. And, we have worked certainly together to strengthen our economic partnership with Japan. We have been in touch with Japan and conveyed our thoughts directly to them. This is about the need. You heard me talk about how now U.S. Steel is going to stay American-owned and American-operated. And this is what's important to this president, and that he's been very clear about that. So this is about continuing that, making sure that we are strong domestically, talent, operated steel industry for our national security and for a resilient supply chain, and how important that would be. So. And I also stated at the top how, if you look at the work that this president has done over the last 4 years, the steel industry is the strongest. It's the strongest that it's been in years because of the actions that this president has done every day since day one to make sure that we protect that. And so the president believes that we need major U.S. companies representing major share of U.S. steelmaking capacity, and to keep leading that fight on behalf of America's national interest. And so that's why the president made this decision. He's always been very clear about that. We've always been very consistent about that. And so that's going to be our focus, continuing to be our focus, obviously.
Earlier today, the president said he spoke with the families of the victims of the New Orleans attack. What did he tell them?
Look, I'm not going to get into private conversation that the president has had with families. We don't do that. We'll certainly, if the families chooses to speak about their conversation with the president, obviously they have the right to do that. Our hearts certainly go out to the families who lost their loved ones on a day that should have been a celebrated day to such an act of violence. Obviously, this is something that we will continue to condone, but as I stated at the top, the President and the First Lady are going to New Orleans in the upcoming days, and they're going to grieve with the family. And sadly, that is something that you have seen them do many times over the last 4 years. When an awful event happens, they are there. They want to be there, especially at this magnitude. They want to be there and be with the family and mourn with the family. And so, again, this was certainly an awful event that happened on the day that we should have all been celebrating an incoming new year. And so our hearts go out to the families and also to the communities who are dealing with the aftermath of this tragedy.
And does the Vice President plan to oversee the certification of the
Vice President isn't doing anything.
I believe that is her plans. I would have to refer you to the Vice President's office on her schedule, but I believe so, yes.
Thanks, Karine. How Does the attack in New Orleans and the explosion in Las Vegas increase concerns in the administration about security surrounding certification of the vote, the Carter funeral next week here in Washington, the inauguration, and then even looking ahead to the Super Bowl next month in New Orleans?
So, look, all of the events that you just laid out is certainly a high priority for this administration. The Department of Homeland Security and federal law enforcement have well-established safety and security protocols in place, especially as we speak to the inauguration, obviously. And so they have been preparing for months to ensure that the security of these events and the safety of those attending them. So again, this is something that we've worked through for months now. And so we are working tirelessly every single day to ensure the safety and security of the inauguration, the safety and security of major events that you just laid out. It is important to the president that we continue to protect, as I said at the top, American communities across the country, and certainly that's what the president's going to wants his team to focus on, and that's what they have been focusing on.
Both suspects in New Orleans and Las Vegas served in the military. Does the president find that aspect of this troubling, and is he concerned about the problem of radicalization in the military?
So look, I'm going to, obviously the FBI is continuing their investigation, so they can speak to the FBI and the Department of Defense, as you just stated, because of their status and affiliation to their military service. I would have to refer you to the Department of Defense to speak to that specifically. I don't want to get into a back and forth on this. What we can say is continue to condemn any form of violence and do whatever we can and continue to do the work, obviously, to make sure that there is a security protocol continues and we protect Americans and certainly communities across the country. I'm not going to dive into the two subjects.
Can you say the president had any reaction when he heard that detail about both of these suspects?
What I can say is the president his heart is going out to the family who were certainly affected and lost a loved one that day, and what he wants to do is to make sure that his team is continuing to do the work to make sure that Americans are protected, communities are protected, and that's what I can speak to. You heard that from the president multiple times this week already, and that's going to be the president's focus.
Thanks, Karine. President-elect Trump, a little while ago today, seemed to take issue with the fact that American flags will be flown at half-mast at the time of his inauguration, considering the passing of former President Jimmy Carter. Is there any potential for that to not be the case? Is that a decision?
Say that one more time.
The White House was.
Say that one more time.
The flags are due to be flown at half-mast at the time of the inauguration, and President Trump seems to be taking issue with that. Is that a decision that the White House would consider reversing or reevaluating?
No.
Okay. On U.S. Steel, the U.S. relationship.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Ladies and gentlemen, we're currently listening to Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary of Biden's White House. In case you don't know, she is actually 50 years old. She doesn't look 50 at all. Well, you know what they say? Black don't crack. She doesn't look 50 at all. I mean, a lot of people have their reservation about her, but is she the best White House press secretary? I don't know about that. Okay, I ain't gonna cap. Kayleigh was the best for me. All right. Kayleigh was the best for me. But she does her best. She's just not cut out for this. And yeah, she's 50 years old. She doesn't look 50 though. She looks like late 30s. Maybe late 30s or early 40s, but she's definitely doesn't look 50.
With Japan is strong. What is the national security concern the president sees by having this investment in an American company?
So look, you saw the president's statement. He talks about the CFIUS evaluation, how they determined that evaluation, how they got to their, again, determination that this acquisition would place one of America's largest steel producers under the foreign control and create risk of our national security. This is from CFIUS. They are independent. The president said he was going to let the process play out, and it has played out. And so if you think about our national security and our critical supply chain, CFIUS, referred the matter to the president to make that decision. And so the president took that very seriously. He's always going to make sure that we put Americans first, and that is how you saw this decision play out from this president. And I talked about China and how they tend to distort the global markets deal through unfair trade practices. And so this is something that the president took very, very seriously, and took CFIUS determination. We got to remember this was a cross-government panel when you think about CFIUS and the decision that they made, and so that's how the president came to this decision. It is about making sure that a U.S. company is U.S. owned, U.S. operating, supporting, continuing to protect the U.S. steel makers, obviously a union, and that's what the president led with. And that's how he made this decision.
Is it political?
No, it's not. This is, again, as I was answering that question, we've always said CFIUS is an independent body. We let this process play out. We made sure that this process played out, and that's exactly what we did. And CFIUS made a determination, and they said this acquisition would create risk for our national security and our critical supply chain. And the president took that really very seriously. And he took a careful look at the CFIUS evaluation, and so he decided to block this deal.
One other. President-elect Trump had communicated on his social media some inaccurate information related to New Orleans.
Okay, here we go.
Is the president at all concerned about the flow of information and briefing and access to whatever intelligence or whatever he might need in terms of this transition? Is he comfortable with the information flow to the president-elect on matters like this?
I mean, look, and I'm actually glad you asked this question, because one of the things that you all do as a journalist body is that you were able to fact check and say that what was stated by the president-elect was simply false. And I think that is important, right? Which is why we respect the hard work that all of you do. As it relates to the president and the information that he gets, obviously that's something for ODNI if it's related to intelligence and specific information in that nature. I'm not going to speculate beyond that, and I'm just going to leave it there.
Just three things. The FBI, NCTC, DHS put out a law enforcement bulletin earlier today warning of copycat attacks in the wake of New Orleans. What assurances can the White House offer to the public, many of whom might be scared of this kind of vehicle ramming attack? And to build on the earlier question, beyond just radicalization, is there a wider concern about the mental health implications connected to service members, given the similarities?
Yeah, so as it relates to the second part of your question, I'm going to have to refer you to the Department of Defense. They can speak to that. I'm not going to litigate that from here.
Of course.
Look, when it comes to, and you're right, the bulletin was put out, and what I can say is DHS and law enforcement remain vigilant to any potential copycat, and so they're going to consistently, DHS and law enforcement are going to consistently evaluate threats and going to share the latest information to disrupt any potential copycats, potential threats. And so that is their commitment. That's what they're working hard to do. And so they're going to be vigilant, continue to be vigilant on that aspect.
On bird flu, the bird flu outbreaks escalating, at least 66 human infections across 10 states now. The federal government has 2 bird flu vaccine candidates available. Why not ask the FDA to authorize them, even for particularly vulnerable farm workers? Why defer a decision on a vaccine to the next administration?
And so, look, that is something, as you know, the FDA, that is something that they decide on. They have a committee that when they have to make decisions like this, so I would have to leave it to them on how they move forward with that. Look, we take this very seriously. And USDA, HHS are on top of this. We are in touch with them. They're certainly in touch with local authorities on this. And so I do want to be very clear that CDC has been have said themselves that the risk to the general public is still low, And so we want to make sure that the American people are listening to CDC, and they certainly need to continue to do so. And we want to make sure, obviously, the nation's food supply remains safe. And so a couple of things that I do want to lay out that we have been able to do from this administration, which is protect, we made sure that since March, when this was detected, to protect the public health, protect animal health, protect our nation's food supply, and monitor all trends to prevent the spread of avian flu. So this work is going to continue. All relevant federal agencies continue to coordinate, as I just stated, with local authorities. And so we're going to do that, be consistent with that, as we've done since March. And so that's what the administration is going to focus on.
But is the president concerned about deferring a decision about a vaccine to the next administration?
I'm not going to get into hypotheticals about what the next administration is going to do or not do. This is something that rests in the world of FDA, and so we want to let them lead by science and the facts. We've been pretty consistent on that over the last 4 years, and so we're going to leave it to FDA. But I'm just not going to get into hypotheticals about what the next administration is going to do or not do.
Last thing on a different topic, there have been reports that Chinese government hackers have breached a really sensitive office within the U.S. Treasury. OFAC, of course, administers economic sanctions. What more can you tell us about the scope of this and what information has been compromised?
So what I can say is the president was briefed on this. We are closely tracking the incident. We're working to identify actions to mitigate the future risks to U.S. government networks. And anything further, I would have to refer you to the U.S. Treasury Department, FBI. They could speak to specifics on this particular incident. But the president's been briefed, and we're certainly closely tracking the incident.
Do you know if any taxpayer information or any PII has been compromised?
I would have to refer you to the Treasury Department on that, and the FBI, as you know, is investigating this. Okay.
Hi. Has the president signed the Social Security Fairness Act?
So he will sign the Social Security Fairness Act in the upcoming days. Once we have that information, we'll certainly share with you on that particular date.
Can you just clarify? My understanding was it would be pocket vetoed if he didn't sign it by noon today. Are you saying that's not the case?
I can say to you that the president's going to sign it. I can't speak to the specifics of what you just laid out. I know the president is looking forward to signing that.
U.S. Steel has warned that it may or likely would have to close steel mills if the deal fell through. To what degree did the president take that into consideration?
So I can say this, that we are confident. The president is confident that domestic steel and domestic steel workers are going to continue to thrive because of the work that he's done, because of the commitment that he has had to this industry. As I said at the top, this is the strongest. It's in its strongest. The steel industry is the strongest that it's been in years because of what the president has been able to do. And you think about manufacturing investment, you think about tariffs on Chinese steel imports, that has made the industry stronger. Those actions that the president has taken, you've seen more than 100 new steel and iron mills have opened since the president took office. So we're very confident that this is an industry that's going to continue to thrive.
If there are mills that are closed, if there are layoffs, would the president need to take some responsibility for that?
I mean, that's a hypothetical. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. What I can say is the president has taken strong actions over the last 4 years. I just mentioned 100 new steel mills that were created. What he was able to do on Chinese steel imports, tariffs on Chinese steel imports, that has made that industry stronger. Manufacturing investments, all of that has made that industry stronger. And so we believe it's going to continue to thrive. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals from here. Obviously, the president took this decision. He really took it seriously and made a decision on behalf of the American people, and that's how he came to this decision. Obviously, this is a president that has had a lot of focus and wanting to continue to make sure we uplifted certainly union workers, and that's what you've seen from this president.
A number of the president's actions in recent days have seemed intended to undercut some of the threats that the president-elect has made or actions that he's said have put into place He awarded the Presidential Citizens Medal to Liz Cheney, who the president-elect has said should be in jail. You all have the upcoming monument declarations next week, and also the decision that the president is expected to make on banning drilling in certain federal waters. Are there other actions that we should expect from him in the coming days that he's planning to take in anticipation of President Trump?
So I'm going to be clear. I don't have any announcements to make on any of the things that you just laid out, policy announcements to make. So don't want to get ahead of where we are. What the president is doing and what he said he would do is continue to focus on the American people, continue to deliver on critical investments that he thinks matters of the direction as we move forward as a country. Look, if you think about, for example, the monuments and those decisions that he's made on protecting more than 46 million land and water, I think that shows the president's commitment to make sure that we preserve our environment, that we can really focus on climate investment, climate change. I mean, there's nothing new there. That's been part of the president's platform from the beginning. He happens to really respect Liz Cheney. He happens to really respect the congressman, and that's why he made that decision. And look, the president is always going to lift up Americans that have put their country first, is what we have seen, and he's done that throughout the 4 years, not just this past week. He's going to always make decisions that he believes is best for the American people. I mean, there's nothing new there. I think that is, if you look at what the president's done in the last 4 years, this is all consistent to what he believes, and what he believes is the best way to move this country forward.
Are there other actions that we should anticipate?
I'm not going to get ahead of the president. We have 17 days left in this administration. The president has a jam-packed schedule, and he's going to continue to focus on ways that we can move forward, invest in this country, invest in communities, and continue to lift up all the all what he believes this country can be.
Thank you. President Biden has staked his presidency on the preservation of democracy and has commemorated January 6th in different ways every year. What, if anything, will he do to commemorate the anniversary on Monday? And in that context, does he still believe Donald Trump is a threat to democracy?
Look, I don't have anything to share at this moment. You will hear from the president about January 6th, his thoughts on January 6th in 2021. Nothing has changed. And I think this is a president that has spoken multiple times in the last 4 years and beyond about democracy, the importance of democracy, protecting our democracy. And so I would expect that he will continue to be steadfast on that.
And then I imagine the president is reflecting on Jimmy Carter this week, and so much of Carter's legacy is his service to both the nation and the world in this post-presidency. So I wonder how President Biden is thinking about his own post-presidential service and what he wants that legacy to be.
I'm not going to get ahead of this president. He's going to have an opportunity to speak to all of you. You're going to hear from him many times in the next 17 days about his thoughts about his presidency. I'm going to let him speak for himself. But I think if you look at the last 4 years, what he's been able to do, whether it's climate change, whether it's bringing the economy back on its feet, whether it's manufacturing investment in this country, he's had a historic presidency. He's done more in one term than most presidents have been able to do in 2 terms. And that is just the facts. That is what we've been able to see from the Biden-Harris administration. So I think it speaks for itself, but as far as the president and his personal thoughts, his personal views, I'm going to leave it to him to speak to.
One more on U.S. Steel. I guess more broadly, what message should other foreign companies who are considering investing in the United States take away from this decision by the president?
Look, again, this wasn't about Japan. It's not about Japan. We have a strong alliance with Japan. We have worked together, as you know, I've mentioned before, to strengthen our economic partnership. That is something that you've seen this president work tirelessly on over the past 4 years. And certainly we talked to Japan about this particular decision. We've been in direct touch. This is about a domestically owned, operated steel industry. And we're talking about our national security, of course, but also our supply chain, our resilient supply chain. And so that's what the president wanted to focus on. That's what you saw, this action from this president. And so that is going to be our focus. We're going to continue to work on our.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. I would say this one more time, okay? Because I keep seeing Africa, Africa, Africa in the comment section. Look, it's like saying North America. When you travel and people ask you, where are you from? Do you say you're from North America? You just say, I'm a Canadian or an American, okay? You don't go there saying you're from North America. All right? It's like somebody saying, traveling and telling somebody that, I'm from South America. No, you tell them the country you are from. So you want to group 54 countries in one word called Africa. That is not even fair. Okay, that's an uneducated conversation, okay? Africa has 54 countries. I was born in Nigeria. Somebody else was born in Somalia. Somebody else was born in Ghana, Egypt, South Africa, Kenya, Ghana, Ethiopia. Look, there are 54 countries, Angola. There are 54 countries in Africa. So stop saying Africa. Cobalt is mined in Congo. So what is thank you, Africa? So what happened to Nigeria? Nigeria has no cobalt. So are you going to say thank you, Africa? What do you mean by thank you, Africa? Nigeria has zero cobalt or whatever it is. Zero. So what is thank you, Africa? Say thank you, Congo. Okay? If you're talking about oil, you say thank you, Nigeria. Be respectful of Africa. Like, you want to be respectful of Africa. This is how you actually bring respect to countries in Africa. Start naming the countries. Stop saying one blanket word, Africa. It's like an American traveling saying, I'm from North America. You would never hear an American or a Canadian or a Mexican say, I'm from North America. They would tell you, I'm a Mexican. I'm an American. I'm a Canadian. So Africans wake up and say, I'm a Nigerian. I'm a South African. I'm a Kenyan. I'm a Ghanaian. Put some respect on these countries. Don't just group them and say I'm an African. And that's why the show, like my spouse was showing me, she said when she was in school, they show them children and they say these are kids in Africa. They were on the floor, malnourished, and they had flies on their face, and they will say, donate to children in Africa. You are peddling the same boat, talking about Africa. No, this is for someone who isn't educated. There are 54 countries in Africa, y'all. 54. Okay. So name the country you're talking about. These are kids in Africa. They are suffering in Africa. In what country?
Relationships with our allies across the globe. That is something that we're going to continue to do. I just talked about the president going to Rome next week. Certainly that is very important. The president in the past 4 years has been able to mend many of those relationships, and you've seen the president on the global stage and how those relationships have really mattered to our friends across the world. And so that's how we see this. This is not about Japan. This is about what is right for America and what is right, and how he saw the best way to move forward with this decision. Remember, SIFI.
And it's a scam. It's a big scam when they're telling you donate to kids in Africa. I mean, everybody has their own foundation and blah, blah, blah. But when they say donate to kids in Africa, ask, what country am I donating to precisely? Okay. I would like to know, because they just show you kids on the floor, malnourished, with some disease and flies hovering over them. And it's like, donate to kids in Africa. When you go to this retail store, you're about to check out and they say, donate to kids in Africa. It's like, what country is my $2 going to? Okay, because it's not donate to kids in Africa. This kid right here on the screen, what country is she or he from? They're going to be like, Africa. No, Africa is a continent, just like North America is a continent, okay? The only country that is a continent is Australia. So everybody wake up. Okay, wake up. Education time, learning time. Wake up. Okay. The only country that is a continent is Australia. All right.
Did this analysis, and they provided us with their thoughts, and the president took this very seriously.
So it's specific to steel. That's sort of an industry that is maybe viewed differently than other, like whether it's IT or chips or any other industry that a lot of foreign investment has come into the country for. There's been a lot of foreign investment in other industries beyond steel.
Yeah.
Those investments are not at risk, or they shouldn't rethink those as a result of the U.S. deal.
Let's step back. CFIUS took this on. It's an independent evaluation and an independent agency, and they gave their thoughts. They gave their report to the president, and the president made this decision. So let's not forget how we even got here. And so I'm not going to get into other industries. I'm focusing on what CFIUS presented to this president and the decision that the president made. You heard from him. He put out a statement on this in his voice, obviously, so you heard from directly. You heard from me on why the president made that decision. So that's why we are where we are today.
Prior to the announcement today about U.S. Steel, Nippon Steel had said that it was going to sue if this decision came to be. Has there been any preparation for that? Was that involved?
I'm not going to get into litigation, potential lawsuits from here. That is something I would refer to the Department of Justice. I'm just not going to do that. Be pretty consistent. Wait, did I call on you? You did. Okay, I got to call on somebody else. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Human rights and upholding international law has been made priority for the Biden administration.
Say that one more time.
Human rights and upholding international law has been a priority for this administration. But we're not disputing that, right?
No, I'm not disputing that. You're correct. That is something that when I'm asked about it, we say that the president brings that up when he has meetings or bilateral meetings with world leaders. He brings that up, and it's always something that we certainly focus on, for sure.
So I don't know if you've seen Amnesty International report, but basically the detailing the arrest of doctors, health workers in Gaza, and some of them has endured torture. On December 27th, Dr. Hussam Abu Safia, he's the doctor for Kamal Adwan Hospital, was arrested. And till now, we don't know what is his whereabouts. And there is fear from Amnesty International for his life. What is the White House doing to talk with a close ally like yours, which is Israel, to make sure that his life is spared and he's safe?
So on that particular matter, I don't have anything to share on any conversation on that specific.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. Shout out to Ender's Game. You know what time it is, Ender's Game, JP. I promise you. Right hand up. Ender's Game. Obligatory donation for Africa. Right hand to the skies. I ain't sending that to Africa, though. Right hand to the sky, my brother. Right hand to the sky in this game. Because I'm not going to send you hard-earned $2 that you played guitar for. You played guitar in California, playing guitar, entertaining a lot of people. And then you so generously, out of your hard-earned money, you send me $2. And I said, thank you, Ender's Game. But right hand to God, they ain't getting nothing in Africa, I tell you that much.
Amnesty situation. Obviously, when it comes to humanitarian assistance, we continue certainly to be concerned of the lack of humanitarian assistance. This is something that we talk directly with our Israeli counterparts in the government, and so we will continue to do that. You've seen Secretary Blinken and others who have gone into the region and had those conversations with Israel about that. I don't have anything to share about that particular instance. I would have to talk to the team, but but that is something that we certainly take very seriously when it comes to humanitarian aid and humanitarian workers being able to be allowed to the job. But I can't speak to that particular report. I have to talk to our team. I want to be really, really mindful on that.
But would you agree that arresting doctors in hospitals is a violation of human rights?
Again, I want to be super mindful because you're asking me about a particular incident that has occurred, and I just want to make sure I have all of the information. I don't want to give you an answer without having all the information, and so I'm just going to be super mindful and leave it there.
Like she never has all the information.
All right. Okay.
Thank you. Is the president following the House Speaker election process today? He has worked with Mike Johnson. Does he want to see the process play out smoothly?
So look, we've always been very clear from this administration, that we do not inject ourselves into any leadership election that is happening in Congress. It doesn't matter if it's a Democrat or a Republican, we stay out of it. The president's going to continue to focus on the job that he has ahead, 17 days of a jam-packed schedule, focusing on the American people. We're going to let Congress do their business.
And why is the administration calling for cancer warning labels on alcohol now at the end of the term when there's minimal political capital? Were there conversations with Congress, and was there any pushback?
So look, we obviously take any report that comes from an independent advisory. Obviously, we take the findings very seriously. As we do now, it is important that Americans are informed and about decisions that they have to make for themselves. As it relates to this particular report, I have to refer you to the Surgeon General's office, but certainly we take any independent advisory report very, very seriously. I don't have anything beyond that. Okay. Thanks, guys. Thank you, everybody.
Does the president still consider white supremacy the greatest terrorist threat?
She's 50 years old, ladies and gentlemen, but she looks really good to be 50 years old. I don't know why these people are behind her. We're trying to see something, but okay. With that being said, thank you to KJP. God bless you, KJP. All right. So somebody just said in the chat, no matter where you live, you would always be considered African. Yes, because I was truly born on African soil. Nigeria, to be precise, okay? I was born in Nigeria. So, yes, I am the true African American. But if you were born in the United States, you are full-fleshed American. Don't care if you're brown, Caucasian, pink, whatever you are, orange, whatever you are, as long as you were born in the United States, you are full-fleshed American, okay? No matter your color, as long as you were born in the United States, you are full-fleshed American. So when I see brown-skinned people that were born here and they're claiming African American, no, you are not African American. I am African American because I truly came from Africa. Okay, I was born in Africa. You weren't born in Africa. You were born here. So you better hug your country. You better hug your country. You are full-fleshed American. You are a full-fleshed American. Okay, you are a full-fleshed American. I am, on the other hand, I am African American because I wasn't born in the United States. But if you look like me, if you're brown skin and you were born here, your mother was born here, your daddy was born here, your generations have been here, bro, you better say you're full-fleshed American. I am an American. You better say that. But me, I am the definition of African American. But I love the United States so much. America is the greatest country in the world, on earth, period. You can disagree. You can, say that's a lie. Whatever you say, that's your opinion. But my opinion is the United States is the greatest country on earth, the land of the free, home of the brave, a land filled with milk and honey. If you only put your head down, work as hard as you can, focus on your job, focus on your goals, never quit, keep pushing forward, you would always win in this country. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. believe in your dreams, and believe in God. Ladies and gentlemen, it is your boy Genesis, and I am signing out of the premises. See what I did there? Genesis premises. Yeah. Yeah. I'm smooth like that. Shout out to Zyro's Garden. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you to the military active duty members. I also want to say thank you to the veterans. God bless you. I also want to say thank you to my boy, Ender's Game JP. God bless you, Ender's Game, for the donation. God bless you. God bless you, Ender's Game. God bless you. Yeah, man. We also have memberships. So memberships on this channel is $4.99. This month we're gonna start recording members only videos. I'll let you guys know how it goes, but we're gonna be putting out members only videos. So to watch those videos would probably be interviews about how you could start your business, you know, maybe a barber shop, maybe welders, plumbers, HVAC engineers, stuff like that, and maybe some political interviews. Those videos would be members only. And yeah. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You know what time it is. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Quantum says that was smooth. You know what time it is. I am smooth like that. All right. I am signing out. We have been streaming for 4 hours, 7 minutes. We're going to come back here by 1 p.m. when the election certification starts. Okay. Don't miss out. Set your alarm. We're going to be back here 1 p.m. when the election certification start. Don't forget, we will be back here to enjoy the certification of the election for the OG, the legend, the man, the art of the deal, the 45th, now the 47th president-elect, Donald J. Trump. I love you guys.